In a large city, late at night, there was a huge crowd of zombies on the street making strange sounds and wandering aimlessly. Suddenly, something happens right in the crowd and zombies start flying in different directions without their limbs. It turns out to be a dark-haired guy who kills them with his crowbar. He reflects on the fact that he needs to hold on a little longer until this child is completely safe. Suddenly, the guy feels something behind him and realizes that zombies have crept up on him, and with one deft movement, he cuts off the heads of several at once. After all this, the guy notices that it is morning, because the sun is already peeking out. He looks at the pile of bodies and understands that when everything is cleaned up here, he can slowly move on from here. He drinks water and thinks that at least someone might find the power he brought with him from there useful. In the holy city of Ansem, on Toral Hill, there is a gate to another world, next to which several people are standing. A girl with pointed ears and a staff in her hands asks Azami if he really needs to go. Even if he goes there once, he won't be able to return to the kingdom. In front of him stand three girls: Gentiana, a hero, a man with a capital letter, Iris, a holy half-elf, and Lobelia, a great sage, a dark elf. The protagonist addresses all three girls and is going to tell them at once. He confesses to them that he doesn't like them all. Everyone except Lobelia is surprised by these words. Azami says that he is already tired of this world. He is a samurai from another world, Yanagi Azami. He is 38 years old. The girl excitedly addresses the guy. It's been 3 years since he came to this world. He spent most of his time as a member of the hero's party. Their journey ended with the victory over the Demon King. But despite the fact that everyone wanted to defeat the Demon King, the same people constantly caused them problems. And before they could rest from one incident, another one would happen. They were told that with heroes like them, the king and his country were safe. Someone asked if they could trust a dark elf and an alien from another world. Someone said that they should disappear, because the Demon King was a business partner of their country. In this world, Azami experienced the cycle of human malice. Both girls are silently worried. The guy says that there's nothing to be done about it. At least he wants to say goodbye to them on a good note. He asked to accept a parting gift from them. It was not for nothing that he kept them in his subspace. The guy takes something out of the black hole. He tells Gentiana that he will leave his sword in the world he is going to. It will be of no use anyway. A watch for Iris, and a tie and a pin for Lobelia. Let them take them. He asks if these are good gifts. Gentiana says that they are, and thanks the guy, Iris is happy and will cherish them all her life. Lobelia understands that he has not forgotten that she was interested in things from his world. The main character looks at the girls and says that these are just boring gifts from a boring old man. He won't be offended if they don't like them. Lobelia tells the guy that he won't get lost anywhere, but he should behave well there. The guy turns his back and agrees and asks them to take care of themselves. Gentiana tearfully tells him that they are truly grateful to him for everything. Iris cries, and Lobelia promises that they will see each other again. The main character leaves with a sad face. After a bright flash, the guy opens his eyes. He finds himself in the house and says that the last time he was here was 3 years ago. What nostalgia. The main character announces that he has returned. The guy decides to look at his watch and is surprised. He sees that today is April 20th. He got to another world somewhere at the end of March, so about a month has passed here. Lobelia said that even though he spent 3 years here, but after passing through the gate, he will return to the world almost at the moment of his disappearance. A month is better than 3 years. What happened here during his absence? What happened to his life? The phone ran out of battery, and that's natural. He was gone for a month. Once it charges, he needs to call everyone. Then, the main character looks at himself in the mirror and realizes that if he goes out into the street like this, the police will immediately grab him. He sighs. The guy changes into normal clothes and thinks that in his stomach, although he wants to drink, he needs to rest a little. Then he notices the ring on his finger and realizes that it opens up space. He understands that now this ring cannot be used in this world. Suddenly, black energy begins to emanate from the ring, and a black hole appears in front of the guy, which he is very surprised about. He understands that a magical space is opened up in which he can store objects for a long time, and it is always at his fingertips. Azami wonders what will happen if he uses it in this world. He sticks his hand in there and realizes that it still seems to work. Well, if you don't abuse it too much, then it's just a convenient thing. Suddenly, he realizes something. If the ring works as before, he notices a coffee can on the table and picks it up. The average person would have a hard time even bending it. Then, he starts squeezing the can with 2 fingers and crumples it. He thinks that he bent this can just like a piece of paper. Later, he decides to check a couple more things. These forces can become a hindrance to his future normal life. He looks at a small piece left from the can. Then the main character decides to look at his phone and realizes that it is not charging, whether the electricity has been cut off. Then the guy looks further into his apartment. The main character opens the refrigerator and closes it in disappointment, realizing that it also does not work and has not been working for a long time. He wonders if his electricity was cut off because he didn't pay. Well, nothing can be done. Okay, he can charge his phone with a portable charger. Then the main character decides to go outside and go to the store for groceries. He opens the door and is surprised by something he sees. He sees dirt on the floor and walls and wonders where it all came from. They didn't keep it very clean before. But what is it, rust or slush? After a while, the guy realizes that it looks more like blood. There is someone's silhouette to the left of him. Suddenly, the silhouette starts walking towards him and moving strangely. The main character gets scared by this. This silhouette turns out to be a zombie with a severed head. The main character thinks about what it is, or is it some kind of joke? He understands that no, this is not a fake. He is sure of it. In that world, he often had to deal with evil spirits. The guy jumps back and decides to think about it later, but now he needs to run up the stairs to the first floor. If you think about it, zombies are quite killable. But maybe he's wrong. The guy jumps down the stairs. He sees someone's body in front of him with a bat lying next to it, and understands that there is no longer any mistake here. The protagonist grabs the bat without hesitation and realizes that the man is dead. Then he opens the door in front of him and holds the bat at the ready. The guy opens the door and sees complete chaos on the street. Houses are partially destroyed. Crowds of zombies are walking along the street. The main character looks at all this in horror and immediately slams the door, holding it with his hands. He thinks about what happened here. Is this really his original world? Is he really back in Japan? The guy runs up the stairs. However, it was definitely his apartment and his bedroom. Nothing had changed at all since his disappearance. The main character attacks a zombie with a bat, which roams his floor. While the zombie is confused, the protagonist quickly enters his apartment and closes the door, while the zombie tries to get inside to him. The main character listens to the sounds behind the door and takes his phone, thinking about what happened here this month. His phone is charged, 110 missed calls, a bunch of messages on email and social networks. He sees a message from a younger colleague at work, a rather light-hearted message asking if he's going to play hooky today, if he finds the video creepy. Sent 5 days later and from his time in another world. The main character understands that this creepy video turned out to be real. He asked if he was safe there. Bandits were operating in the city. A terrorist attack occurred at the station. Were he hurt? Similar messages from many people. Now it all became clear to the guy. That was the day the world started to change. There is no information on the phone about what started it all. He believes that it only took a few days for the phone service in all of Japan to become completely unusable. There was a message that the man was going to City Hall, where the survivors were being evacuated. He hoped that the mentor was also in a safe place. The evacuation zone that the younger one was talking about, City Hall, is 2 metro stations away. Judging by his messages, he sat inside the apartment for a long time, without food supplies. He believed that he did not have much choice. The guy thinks about the City Hall and understands that he might as well go there first. He took clothes, food, and medicine with him. At first, he wanted to put everything that could still be used in the subspace, but he can put some in a backpack for camouflage. The problem is that the water was also cut off. He hopes that he can find a supply somewhere. Then the main character goes to the front door and hears a zombie there and says that he will come out now. After this, the guy approaches the door and opens it sharply with his foot, causing the zombie to fly back. The protagonist holds the bat at the ready and understands that now that he knows what this world has become, he will no longer hold back. Suddenly, some kind of bright aura comes from the main character and the bat in his hands begins to fade. The main character understands that he can apparently pour mana even into this bat, just like in another world. The first girl tells him that he is a samurai, a unique class that only those from another world can master. It is an amazing class whose attacks are based on melee sword techniques. The second one said that they use mana with lobelia for spells. but he is not capable of this. But he could increase his basic physical characteristics with the help of mana, or enhance the characteristics of the object. This will work on any object. The main thing is to touch it with your hands. He should try to master it ideally. His head is probably a mess right now, because of these classes and magic. But if he doesn't understand something, he can safely ask. They hope that they can help him learn a lot of new things. The protagonist remembers how the four of them fought against a bunch of different monsters. Then he opens his eyes and stands in front of a zombie with a bat in his hands. After this, the guy takes off, shortens the distance between him and the zombie, and swings the bat. Then he makes a punch straight at the zombie and hits it on the head. He wonders if he got through it. Actually, the guy was planning to cut off his head. He wonders if the bat was slightly dented, or if it was due to weak mana conductivity. Then the main character goes up the stairs and decides that he has no choice. He will have to learn a lot of new things. He stands in the corridor and thinks that he needs to search everything here, from the 5th to the 1st floor. Then the guy takes a breath and closes his eyes, concentrates and tries to hear what is happening around him. He sees the silhouettes of all the zombies that are in this house. His skill is always ready for battle. It allows you to identify hostile creatures and any other signs of danger. Azami had noticed it before, because he had deliberately dulled the senses he had honed in the other world, but it seems he can still use it, just like with the subspace magic enhancement. Thanks to this skill, the guy will now always be able to sense the approach of zombies and survivors along with them. That's how he eventually walked around all 5 floors. However, in the entire building, he could only sense the presence of zombies. He felt the presence of zombies even through the wall. Then he sensed another zombie, a small child, and eventually, there were no survivors. The main character goes outside. A bright light illuminates him. He thinks that for now we can only say that always ready for battle works as it should. Perhaps this is also a result. The guy goes outside. He needs to get to City Hall, avoiding unnecessary clashes with zombies. And to do this, you'll have to go through the alleys instead of the main road. Of course, he can do without unnecessary caution. But something about his new life in this world worries him. He imagines himself jumping into a crowd of zombies and realizes that if the survivors saw him fighting a horde of zombies, what would they think? Civilians, police, and self-defense forces. Members of the government. It doesn't matter who sees it, because one way or another it will turn into a problem for him. The protagonist notices one zombie who approaches him and hits him with a bat, killing him. Now this world, or at least Japan, is on the verge of destruction. He has not seen a single survivor yet. He is interested in whether the government members are still alive. Alone with a zombie in this world? Now the bat was useless. It was all bent. He would have to make a small detour to the city hall. But he was sure it was there. Why shouldn't he go? The protagonist finds himself near a department store. He needs a strong weapon. He thinks he can stock up on a crowbar and a handsaw there. In zombie movies, such places are often used as a barricaded shelter. There might be survivors there, although it looks like his expectations were not met, because a huge crowd of zombies gathered right in front of the department store. The protagonist first thought that going straight to the front entrance was a bad idea, so he went to the side entrance. But there were a lot of them here, and a crowd had gathered in the department store as well. The guy apologizes for the fact that he would prefer to stock up on his own. The guy refills the bat with mana. After this, he makes several strikes and destroys the heads of all 3, killing them. Later, the guy killed all the zombies in the store and realizes that the night vision skill seems to work too. Now he can slowly look around here. He sees the criminal goods and realizes that this is an impressive camping spot. There is a lot of this water. He opens the magical storage. Its space can hold about 1,000 kilograms, not as impressive as it seems. He will not always be able to replenish his food and water supply, so he will have to consume the necessary minimum per day. An adult needs 2 liters of water per day. With an active lifestyle, 4 or 5 liters, rations. 3 portions per day. 1.52 kilograms. You cannot relax your vigilance in this unpredictable world. We'll have to leave a lot of supplies here. It's a shame. If the hero's entire squad were here, they would have taken everything out of here. Then he's going to the 2nd floor, where the tool department is. The guy goes up. The main character holds in his hands a new melee weapon, a metal crowbar. The guy thinks that this will be much stronger than a bat. Maybe he should take more of these in reserve. Now he has a new weapon. There is nothing else to do on the 2 floors. He puts the crowbars in the storage and notices something. He sees a light silhouette on the third floor and understands that it doesn't look like a zombie. The response is very weak. Is it a survivor? And there is another one very close, and this time he is a zombie. The main character decides to go up to the third floor and is suddenly surprised by the barricades there, but successfully jumps over them. The guy runs up to some closed door and opens it, thinking that it is a staff room. He understands that a living aura was coming from that room. He enters it and asks if there is anyone here. He warns that he is entering inside. The guy walks in and sees in front of him a clean, small room with a computer, a table, bookshelves, and a girl sleeping on the floor. The girl mumbles something. The main character approaches her and puts the backpack on the floor, touching the girl on the floor with his hand. Suddenly, the girl wakes up and gets scared at the sight of him. She is shaking, and the guy asks her about the fact that she has been locked up here for a long time and is probably hungry. But the girl remains silent. The girl wants to say something. She asks the guy if he is alive. The main character raises his hands and says that as she sees, the blood on his shirt is not his. The girl apologizes to him and admits that she said something stupid. She asks him if he came to the distress call, but Azami replies that no, in fact he was just passing by. She has a sad face and Azami notices it. The guy asks her if she will eat. He also has water. The girl asks in surprise if it is really possible. Then the girl eats with tears and apologizes for attacking the food so much, it's just that she hasn't eaten anything for 3 days. Azami asks her to relax and eat slowly. She asks how things are outside. The guy tells her that there are zombies wandering everywhere. The girl understands this and remains silent. She then says that she is grateful to him for sharing his food with her. He asks if there is anything she can do for him. Azami says there is no need. She asks how that is possible. She says that food is very valuable. You have to try to at least find it. No one would give it away for free. The guy says that he really doesn't need anything. The girl says that if it weren't for him, she wouldn't have had a chance to survive. She would either die of hunger or be killed by the monsters behind the door. The girl wants to call him uncle at first, but in the end she calls him uncle and tells him that he is her savior. The guy is surprised that she just wanted to say uncle, not that he denies that he is old enough to be her uncle. The guy says that his name is Azami Yanagi. Azami states that he is 35, so he is more likely her uncle than her older brother, but she can just call him Azami. The girl realizes that she has not introduced herself. She tells him that her name is Fuji Kaide, a first-year high school student. He can call her Kaide. The guy understands that she is a high school student and he is really old enough to be her father. It was not for nothing that he corrected her. She asks him why he's already smiling and why he said so hesitantly that he's 35. Azami realizes that he can't tell her, that he doesn't know whether to add the 3 years he spent in another world to his age. He says that his age is not the main thing now. He decides to change the subject, to talk about the fact that he smiled. Azami just thought it was funny that she was so worried about formalities at such an age. She once again asks the guy if there is any way she can thank him. She tries to communicate with him politely and at least somehow repay him for the food. It certainly can't be called bad. He thinks that Katie can safely be called a good child. The guy says that he has 2 requests. The first of them is for her to take care of herself. The girl is surprised by such a request. Azami doesn't know what she was thinking, although it's more likely that he was thinking too much. Whatever the case, his request has no subtext. The girl blushes and apologizes to him. The guy voices his second request. Maybe she won't want to answer his question, but he has to ask it. Azami asks the girl how she ended up here and what happened. The girl is surprised. The guy asks how the situation got to this point. He would like to hear any details from her. The girl decides to tell him everything. The girl begins her story with how it all began, with the video that eventually spread all over the internet. Experiments with a zombie virus. People go crazy immediately after the injection. The video was sent by a hacker from an unknown country. No comments yet. No traces of editing were found in the video. People are panicking. Conspiracy theories are gaining popularity. The whole family was watching TV. A couple of days later, in the middle of the night, everyone received an order to evacuate, and she and her parents headed to the school, which was designated as one of the safe zones. On the way there, her mother was bitten by an infected person. By that time, they were already wandering the streets in crowds, and it was because of this that they decided to go to the nearest department store instead of school. where her father was the director. However, when they started to run out of food, her father decided to go down alone to get her. And that was the last time she saw him. Kide says that she was left here alone. Many times the thought came to her mind that everything was over. But before leaving, her father asked her to survive no matter what. The main character understood what happened to her and her family. He sees that she is trying hard to hold back her tears. She continued the story despite her desire to stop. Fear, despair, and loss of loved ones. And he made her remember all of this. These are really unpleasant memories. He apologizes to her. However, the girl calmly tells the guy that he has no need to apologize. The girl suddenly looks at something in bewilderment. The guy asks her to eat as much as she wants. The equipment is also at her disposal. Just let her be careful with the fire and not make too loud sounds. They have good hearing. She asks if she can really use this. The guy says yes. She shouldn't be shy. He's already decided that he'll help her. The situation in the world has become more or less clear. There are survivors, and that is already good. And besides the city hall, there's another evacuation point, the school. And he learned all this thanks to her. The girl says that she is very grateful to him. If he needs anything, then he should just tell her. But the guy says that everything is fine. Katie's words, the result of her father, which she took to heart. To survive at any cost, the request of her father, who never returned. The guy turns to her. The guy tells her that he has to tell her one thing. Kaede listens to him carefully. What he tells her may hurt her, but he has to do it. He reports that on the way here, he killed all the zombies that he came across. All the zombies on the first floor are also dead here, so most likely her father was among them. The girl darkened and understands everything. Those who have become zombies cannot be saved in any way. They are already dead. Finishing them off by breaking their skulls can be called mercy. The protagonist picks up a crowbar and announces that he is going to kill what is left of her mother. Katie said that her mother was bitten, and he felt the presence of a zombie on the third floor. In other words, she is there. He decided for himself that he will help Katie, and to do this, he must get rid of any threat. The girl first raises her hand, but then lowers it and tells the guy that she understands everything. She hands him the key and tells him that it is for the locker room. That is where her mother is. The second door from here. The guy looks at her and asks if she has decided to go with him. The girl apologizes and asks if she can. That's not what the guy meant. Maybe it would be even better if she saw it all for herself. She had to face the truth. If he was going to help her, then that would be the best outcome of all. Kaede remembered how she asked her father about what kind of video it was, and he asked if she was talking about the video with the zombies. He doubts that it was fake, because the blood looks too natural. However, the mother asks them both to stop because it is not worth talking about this during meals. Then the mother was bitten on the hand. The mother didn't know what would happen to them now. She asked to lock her here, in the locker room, and just in case, barricade it with some furniture. She was afraid that she could go crazy and do something like that to Kaede. She called herself weak, and they locked her in the locker room. The girl stands behind the main character near the locker room, and suddenly sounds of zombies are heard from behind the door. The girl gets scared and covers her ears with her hands. The protagonist informed Kaede that he had removed all the barricades, so it was time to open the door. He inserted the key into the keyhole. Then the main character asks the girl to step aside. Then he turns the door handle and runs and opens the door. He manages to push the zombie back from the door, and the girl looks worriedly from behind the guy. Then the zombie slowly gets up after the blow. Kaede remembered her father holding her by the shoulders and asking if she had realized yet that her mother was dead, that behind that door, it was no longer her mother. The girl looks at the zombie with fear and remembers her father's words that this is something completely different. The main character stands in front of a zombie with a crowbar in her hands. Compared to other zombies, she is still well preserved. Without the scar in her hand, she can be mistaken for just a slightly sick woman. But if you look closely, it becomes clear that she is no longer a person at all. She has clearly become something completely different. The girl turns to her mother and the boy swings a crowbar, asking Kaede with a serious face if she has finished saying goodbye to her. Then the main character is about to strike, while Kaede wants to stop him, but the guy strikes right at the zombie's head. The guy manages to break her skull, and the girl suddenly rushes after the zombie, falling to the floor. But the main character stops the girl with his hand. After this, the main character uses his other free hand to strike the zombie on the head with a crowbar. The girl looks at what is happening in horror, and the guy asks her not to lose her vigilance, because if he fell, it still means that he is dead, but with such a head injury, she definitely could not survive. He notices that the girl's eyes say that it was not necessary to go to such lengths. In fact, he killed her mother with the first blow. He did the second one so that she would start being careful with it. He doesn't care whether she hates him or not, because he has already decided that he will help her. In fact, it was necessary. No matter who the zombie was in life, it must be killed, especially close people. Parents, loved ones, and all close friends. This cannot be hesitant. And if a person cannot do it himself, then someone else will do it for him, as he just did. The girl continues to sit next to the zombie's body. Kaede apologizes to Azami for getting mad at him. She looks at the zombies and remembers her mother in life. How they held hands. How they lay together in the same bed, and the girl was happy then. But now she sits and cries. The girl, all in tears, thanks the guy for finally finishing off her mother. The guy calmly stands behind her. The protagonist stands in front of the door with a backpack on his back and a crowbar in his hands and tells Katie that he will pick her up at dawn, and until then she should be in the room and behave as quietly as possible. The girl reports that the latest news she read on the internet said that zombies become more aggressive at night. Wouldn't it be better for them to move at dawn? The guy reports that he has an urgent matter and wants to deal with it as quickly as possible. They eventually returned with Kaede to the staff room. She marked the school on the map for him, which they made one of the evacuation points. He wants to focus on finding other survivors. He doesn't care if the zombies become aggressive at night or not. It's even more convenient for him. To move at night, you don't have to worry about someone seeing him. Kaede turns to Azami, and he sees her as his partner from another world. She asked if he really needs to go there. The main character realizes that he has heard this somewhere before. He asks the girl not to worry, because everything is fine. He already told her that he killed all the zombies on the way here. Cade grabs Azami by the sleeve. Azami thinks that for her it probably all looks exactly the same as when she lost her father, but he doesn't feel anything about the situation. The guy asks if she needs something. He will try to find what he can. The girl says that she needs him not to leave. But if that's not possible, then let him just come back safe and sound. Azami agrees with her and promises that he will definitely come back, safe and sound. The guy feels bad about what makes Kaede worry, but he has to see with his own eyes what is happening in the world, and what state the safe zones are in. And just in case, he killed all the zombies on the second floor, everything needs to be secured. He suggests finishing this quickly, intending to attack the zombies in front of him. Outside, it's already night. You can see the stars in the sky. Even without artificial light, he can move around freely with the help of the night vision skill. And the zombies can too, just like their counterparts from another world. Even if the main character makes a lot of noise here, no survivor will see him in the end. He kills several zombies at once. The crowbar is stronger and sharper than his old bat, so he can more or less use it the same way as the sword from the other world. He can even cut off a zombie's head if he wants, but he is still worried about the weak mana conductivity on it. The main character decides to just continue moving forward for now, killing zombies along the way. Then he stops, noticing something ahead of him. He saw in front of him a big building with a clock on top in the center, and then he makes a big jump towards this building, thinking it is a school. After that, he lands on the school grounds. He realizes that some old man has entered the school grounds, and in normal times, he would have been reported immediately. However, this is definitely not the case this time. He looks ahead and sees that the entire area is completely filled with zombies. The protagonist decides to start with the gym. He looks away and thinks that usually in emergency cases, people gather there. The guy immediately enters the gym and is met by another horde of zombies. He sees things in suitcases on the floor, realizing that they really did gather survivors here. But everything turned into this disaster. The main gates are closed, which means that after the evacuation, the zombie virus somehow got inside the school. The protagonist then walks down a hallway full of zombies, looks into an empty classroom, and eventually looks onto the roof where the tents are. But there are also traces of blood here. The guy sees that they lived here for some time, but everything turned out the same as in previous cases. Then the main character notices something, turns around, and sees a zombie girl. He suddenly attacks her and kills her, only after that wondering if it was a zombie. The protagonist examines her body and notices that there is no damage. The clothes are not torn, and there are not even scratches. Could it be that he did not notice the injury on her head? In another world, in order to turn a person into a zombie, it was necessary to transfer the zombie curse to him. The curse spread throughout the body until it led to the death of the carrier. It could also be transferred to an already dead body. In any order, the effect remains the same and it is impossible to turn into a zombie until it injures a human. According to Kaede, her mother was bitten only in the arm closer to night, and she became a zombie already at dawn. Turning here takes about 6 hours, which means the curse works quite quickly. Are local zombies different from zombies from another world? But the guy's always ready to fight skill definitely recognizes the auras of these zombies as the aura of the undead, which means that they are all really already dead. But the skill practically did not detect any infection or virus in them. The curse of the zombies from another world was counteracted by the mana in the human body, and with enough mana, the bites were harmless. He used his skill to neutralize negative effects to fight the undead, and saints like Iris could instantly remove the curse and heal the wounded. People in this world become zombies much faster. Is it because there is no mana in their bodies that can resist the curse? No matter how much he thinks, he won't get an exact answer yet. It's better to focus on what he can do right now. As a result, he did not find any survivors at the school and left it. Under such circumstances, one should not expect much from the city hall, of course. He will still check it out. Azami is walking down the street and suddenly 2 beams of light pass through his head. He is very surprised and realizes that this is the skill of enhanced gaze. This is not a zombie. This is definitely the gaze of a living person. Unlike the local environment scan of always ready for battle, with the gaze you can look at a much larger area, even with such meager mana reserves as his. He assumes that he's been noticed. He notices where the rays are coming from and realizes that the man is watching from the city hall. In such darkness, he could confuse him with a zombie. He thinks to hide and find out what is going on there. There is also a police station next to the city hall. The guy looks out the window and wonders if he will be able to see anything from the neighboring building. Maybe he should have put the binoculars in the subspace as well. The first floor of the city hall is in complete ruins and full of zombies. And there are no zombies on the roof and upper floors. They have barricaded the fire exit and the stairs inside the building. There are survivors on the roof. It looks like they are sentries. Most likely one of them used the skill. The doors and windows of the police station were well protected. He knew that. From this distance, he couldn't scan the entire building for people, but they had a lookout on the roof too. So there were survivors there too. Now he knows that there are other survivors and this place is still safe. He looks at his phone and sees that the younger one wrote to him to go to the city hall. Azami wonders if he is still alive. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to get here. Even if they manage to get through the zombies, the question remains of how to get inside the building. It seems that the destroyed floor of the city hall and the barricaded area have been in this state since the very first days of the epidemic, and they also let survivors into such a fortress. But there is still hope for passage. There are a bunch of zombies with gunshot wounds lying around the area, which he definitely did not kill. The survivors must have already left the building several times. Under such circumstances, there is a high probability that the younger one still survived. Since Azami became his mentor, he became very attached to him and now hopes that he survived. How can he contact the survivors? He decides to think about it later, because now it's time to go back. If this place is really that safe, then he will hand Kaede over to them. He thinks that will be the end of her role as assistant. The protagonist knocks on the door and wants to ask Kaede if she is asleep, but the girl immediately opens the door for him. Kaede asks Azami if he was hurt. The guy agrees and tells her not to open the door so abruptly. She apologizes and promises to be more careful next time. He looks at the unfolded mattress and asks her if she has gone to bed yet. The girl could not sleep. He asks why, and she answers that she was worried. She was afraid that he would not return, and with that, her last hope for the future would be cut short. Or she was simply worried about him. Knowing her, most likely the latter option is correct. Then the guy strokes the girl's head, and again sees her as his partner. He removes his hand and apologizes for not thinking. Azami thinks that this is not good. It is as if he saw the image of Iris and Kaede. They exude a similar atmosphere around them. He often strokes Iris's head in the other world too. He wonders if he touched her too frivolously, but she doesn't seem to mind. So what should he do now? He doesn't understand anything. The girl explains that first you need to put it on medium heat, and when the steam rises, reduce it to low, and put the marinated mackerel on top to warm it up. Azami, although he had collected rice and all sorts of utensils, had never cooked in a pot like the one she was using right now. Kaeri replied that it wasn't the first time she had cooked, so he could leave it to her. She said that it was her mother who taught her this, and she remembers how happy she was when she managed to cook rice for the first time. Kaeri says that now you can eat. The guy says that he will divide it into portions, warm rice, and a pleasant smell. He's been walking around hungry ever since he came back from the other world, fought zombies, found kaeri, and also explored the area day and night, and he still hasn't eaten even once. In the other world, he often walked around with an empty stomach, so he started getting used to it. Firstly, the local cuisine was terrible, mysterious bread, like a stone, mysterious weed like chewing a napkin, dried meat, very tough, mysterious soup, all salt and mint, completely different ingredients, no spices or herbs. There were a lot of problems. The main character hands the girl a plate and tells her that she doesn't have to wait for him and can eat first. But the girl refuses and says that they will eat together. The guy tells her that she is being too polite. Azami suggests starting and wishes the girl a pleasant appetite. The girl wishes the same and starts eating rice and gasps. Sweet rice. Melts in your mouth. Wonderful warmed marinated mackerel. Combined with rendered fat. In another world, I didn't even have a chance to try Japanese cuisine. For the first time in 3 years, I felt this taste again. My soul sings. The girl says that she likes it very much. The main character understands what she feels. But between eating, crying, and talking, let him choose one thing. The girl apologizes and chokes. The guy asks her not to panic and offers her water. She apologizes because she had to open a new bottle of water. Azami asks not to worry about it. He tells her that she can drink and eat as much as she wants. Katie thanks him and admits that it was really delicious. The main character says that she hasn't gone to bed yet. They'll put away what's left and go to bed. She asks him if he'll sleep too, or if he wants to go somewhere else. Azami says that he has had enough for today. He wants to rest. He will sleep in the men's locker room next door. And if he wants, then let him call. The girl agrees and the main character leaves. Then the main character goes into the locker room and lies down. Finally, he can relax a little. Who would have thought that such a disaster would happen to this world? The video from Kairi's story, the link from the younger one's message, most likely with the same video. The zombie panic began a couple of days after the video was released. But why so quickly? According to the latest information Katie read from the internet, it was clear that this phenomenon had swept across countries in just a few measly days. They have fast means of transportation like airplanes. But even if there were infected people on board, how could outbreaks of the disease flare up all over the world at the same time? The guy understands that he won't find an answer to this now. The lack of understanding is driving him crazy. The girl asks Azami if he's sleeping. He opens the door, and the girl said that he should have at least called out first before opening it. She wants to say something about carelessness, so that he wouldn't open the door so abruptly. The main character says that he can, the girl gets upset, and the guy apologizes and asks what she wanted. She asks the guy if they can sleep together in one room. The guy thinks that if this world were completely different, I would try to convince her that she shouldn't do this. But now she is terribly afraid of loneliness. Azami understands that there is nothing to be done. He agrees to her proposal, and the girl rejoices. Then she lies down next to him. She asks if she can ask him a question, and the guy tells her to ask whatever she wants. The girl is silent, and the guy asks. She asks if he will go anywhere when they wake up. The guy says no. He doesn't have any special plans for now. She asks if it's true, if he'll be here when she wakes up. The protagonist promises her, and now let her go to bed. He understands why she's being so cautious, and this answer is all he can do to help her. He wonders if she will be able to sleep now. Then she turns to him, and the guy realizes that she's talking in her sleep. She wakes up and wishes him good morning. The guy apologizes for waking her, after which the girl suddenly starts coughing. The main character holds the girl by the forehead and tells her that she seems to have a stroke. He asks her to wait a little, but the girl holds him and asks him not to leave her. However, Azami asks her not to be afraid, because he is not even going to go down from this floor. The guy leaves and the girl is left alone. She is surprised to hear some sound. Azami came back and the girl asks him what he was doing in the next room. Suddenly the girl is surprised. The main character grabs her in his arms with a serious face, and the girl says that she can walk on her own. The guy tells her that it is dangerous for her to move unnecessarily now. Then the girl is surprised at where he brought her. He informs her that he found bed linen nearby. Here she will be able to have a good rest. The guy puts her on the bed and asks her how she probably should have brought a futon or mattress with her. The girl didn't even think about them being there. Then the main character says that it doesn't matter. He said too much. She lost her parents and is surrounded by crowds of zombies, and she is afraid of loneliness. A comfortable sleep is the last thing she can think about now. An old man like him, and one with powers from another world, could easily drag even a bed, and with one hand. But for her, even the thought of leaving the floor terrifies her. So she had to say that he was lucky that he found bed linen. The guy thinks that he is a fool. He apologizes and says that in any case, let him rest and get well soon. The girl agrees and asks him if he can sit with her until she falls asleep. Azami agrees to this. Kaeri clutches the blanket and says that even before going to bed, she wanted to ask something else. But she never got around to it. The guy asks what she wanted to ask. Kaeri asks about Azami's parents, if they are okay. The main character tells the girl that they died in a car accident a long time ago. He had no other relatives besides them. But if they had stayed alive, they could have died in such a world. So this is even for the best. The girl excitedly says that now it is clear. She apologizes for the fact that it was a rude question. Azami asks her not to worry, and that she can ask him about anything. The girl looks at the main character and confesses to him that he is very kind. He is surprised by her words, and remembers that in another world, representatives of the same race could doubt each other. Sometimes they left their comrades to certain death. They did not hesitate to kill even relatives, and there were many such in that world. And he returned to this world, and he returned to this world, abandoning his faithful comrades. The main character decides that the concept of kindness is not about him at all. He tells her that she is wrong and says that it is time for her to go to bed. The girl agrees. The girl tells him again that he is very kind and asks him if he is not going anywhere. The guy holds his head and says that he is not kind. Then the girl starts to fall asleep. After some time, she wakes up, opens her eyes. Azami is sitting in front of her and cooking something. He asks her if she is awake and she answers positively. The girl sits up and notices that she really feels much better. The main character says that he warmed up the leftover rice that she cooked yesterday. He also added green tea there. It is good for digestion, so let him try to eat, if he wants something else. Let him say and he will get it. The girl is surprised and happy, thanking the guy. Suddenly she asks, "What do you mean by that?" The guy says he couldn't find any cold medicine nearby, so he'll have to go out if she wants anything. The girl says, no. She doesn't want him to put himself in danger. She reports that she is already feeling much better. She is sure that nothing serious will happen to her. Just a little overexertion. He had to go outside yesterday because he had to do something. But she doesn't want him to put himself in danger. The girl doesn't like him going outside at all. If someone were to suffer again because of her, Kaeri would simply break down. Her father never returned to her, so she tries with all her might to prevent a repeat of the events. From Kaeri's point of view, it looks like she's forcing him to risk himself for supplies and then getting a cut of it. But in their situation, it's a necessary risk if they want to survive. And from his point of view, Kaeri's behavior is unreasonable. The girl turns to Azami and asks if she upset him in any way. The girl apologizes. He thinks too much about the fact that she is just worried about him. There is no need to feed such thoughts once again. The main character has already decided for himself that he will help her and that is all that matters. He apologizes for thinking a little. He says that they talked about going outside. The problem will disappear if he goes out on his business. He thinks about whether he convinced her. The protagonist offers Kaeri breakfast. He asks if he should help her get out of bed. The girl gets up herself with difficulty and says that everything is fine. Kaeri once again admits that he is very kind. The protagonist says that breakfast is getting cold. They start eating breakfast. She tells Azami that green tea is quite tasty, and the protagonist agrees with her. Suddenly, a blow passes through the head of one of the zombies. It turns out to be the main character, who killed the zombie with a crowbar. The zombie dies, and the main character says that this is great. Maybe he should remove these cars at the same time. A couple of days after the onset of Kaeri's illness. She kept asking if Azami could stay with her a little longer. He couldn't leave for a long time, because Kaeri begged him to be with her. Only when it became easier for her to move, she managed to bring up the topic again. And when the guy told her that he might be gone for a couple of days, her eyes started to water. He managed to leave only under the pretext that it was his business. He left her enough water and food, and the barricades were reinforced, so they would not have problems. Although if he was absent for too long, he was afraid that her heart would not withstand it. Getting Kaede to the hideout safe and sound is his main goal. He thought about using a car for this. But to do this, he needs to get rid of zombies and other cars that would hinder his passage. The plan was to calculate the path by moving the cars closer to the edge, but this turned out to be very problematic. To be honest, you just want to throw these cars as far away as possible, but this could provoke an explosion, and this is too dangerous. Now is definitely not the time to attract attention with unnecessary noise, so he has only one option: carefully move them to the side of the road one by one. The guy notices zombies behind him and asks him if he will ever get rid of them so that they never come back. The guy asked him to come quickly, and after a while, his weapon is already bloody. Wasn't it in vain that he tried to make it look as natural as possible? Well, very soon, a new batch of zombies will come here. This will give the place a natural look. So his next target is the car. He decides to choose for himself what looks more durable. He carries a canister of gasoline in his hands and decides to fill it with gasoline from other cars. Then the main character decides to try the car out and starts driving, knocking down all the zombies in his path. It would be a bit busier here when he took Katie, but they would definitely be able to get through the zombie horde. He had cleared the road, found the car. Now he needed to park it closer to the department store and pull out the food and other supplies from under the space later. Now he needs to go to the bike shop. He needs to collect everything he needs for the first contact with the shelter. He spent the rest of the night in one of the apartments that was next to the city hall. It would be better to contact them during the day. The main character is sitting on a bed in an apartment and holding onigiri in his hands. They were prepared by Kaede. While you eat it, you can think. They have pieces of green tea. He thinks about whether the survivors will let them into their shelter. He doesn't care. But the main thing is that they accept Katie. It can be assumed that they will accept her. There is still no guarantee that Katie will be safe there. She will be able to survive. But this does not mean that she will not be treated rudely there. In such a world, not every person will agree to live according to the old foundations. Befrenhem, a broken man, could enter that department store, and no matter how much food they could offer, if Katie wasn't safe, he wouldn't leave her there. The main character sits against the wall and decides that at tomorrow's meeting, he will definitely find out everything. Azami changes his clothes. He decides to replace the bloody shirt with a biker jacket from the store. The blood won't be visible on black. It's also hard to stain. The main thing is to present yourself well, and a bloody shirt won't help with that. The protagonist looks at his new black outfit in the mirror and realizes that it's time for him to go. The guy holds his hand in front of him and opens the vault. He is interested in how to make another such ring. That Lobinia is a genius. He says that it looks like such a small hole, but it contains dimensions similar to a motorcycle. The guy has a few reasons for choosing a bike for his first encounter with the survivors, one of which is the ability to wear a helmet without raising suspicion as he sits on the bike and is about to put it on. These people can still pose a threat. It is better not to show them your face ahead of time. At such times, a helmet can be worn simply as additional protection. But still, a person in a helmet is more appropriate on a bike than on his two legs. The protagonist thinks that if something goes wrong, there is a high chance that they will start shooting at him. There should be a lot of weapons in the police station. Some could have been dragged to the city hall, but he hopes that it will not come to that. So he can at least show them that he is not a zombie, but a person who knows how to drive a bike. But if everything goes wrong, he can quickly leave without even revealing his identity. The main character begins his movement. The main character notices something ahead, namely several zombies. The guy swings the back of the crowbar at the zombies. A few blows and the main character manages to rip off the heads of all the zombies on the road at once. Suddenly he notices something, namely a gaze coming from somewhere above. It must be the guards from the city hall. They have organized a night patrol, but they do not lose their vigilance during the day, which was to be expected. The main character thinks that he needs to be more careful with this. He notices some man on the roof under the second floor. He points towards the police station with his hand and shouts something incomprehensible. The man asks Azami if he is a refugee. There is a ladder over there by the police station. He has to climb it. The protagonist looks there and notices a rope ladder attached to the window of the police station. Just as he thought. Zombies react most strongly to the human voice. A living person for them is like a piece of meat for a hungry dog. Their brains do not function. All they can do is go straight to the main stimulus. They do not understand that it is out of reach. In other words, the man from City Hall attracts zombies with his screams, and at this time, people on the street make their way to the stairs at the police station, and the zombies, of course, cannot climb the stairs, a fairly logical move. The protagonist starts to climb the rope ladder and looks back, realizing that he is still being watched. So it is better for him not to stand out too much. The guy continues to climb, and the man above at the window shouts to him that there is still a little left. Let him climb faster. The dark-haired man extends his hand to the main character and asks him to grab it. He grabs the guy's hand himself. He then helps him climb up, and he jumps out the window, falling to the floor. The man holds him by the shoulders and asks him if he is safe and if he is not hurt anywhere. Azami tells him that he is fine. The man tells him that it's a great job. The protagonist agrees and thanks him for his help, and he pats him on the back. Azami takes off his helmet and says that he heard that there are survivors hiding here. The man understands that he got the information from the internet. They are safe here. He can believe it. The man smiles and says that he is the head of this section, Tsugumi Oda, and he asks Azami what his name is. The main character answers and tells him his name. The main character says that they will be acquainted. All the police officers are closely watching the guy. The guy notices a slight hostility in their gaze. Most likely, they are just cautious. He can't scan the entire building, but there are already at least 30 survivors. He doesn't know how many police officers are here, but he believes that many managed to get to this evacuation point. Oda apologizes for having to start their acquaintance with this, and the guy notices that the police officer's wariness has increased. Oda asks the protagonist if he could take off his clothes. The guy laughs, and Oda tells him that he is completely serious. Azami apologizes for laughing and says that it's obvious that it's a necessary check. He can examine him as much as he wants. Oda promises to do everything quickly and tells Azami that he is in good shape. What did he do before? The protagonist smiles and says that he worked out at the gym on the weekends. He would be grateful if he would stop squeezing him already. The policemen behind him start laughing. The atmosphere became less tense. Perhaps he was too fixated on this. In the end, it all turned out to be a misunderstanding. Perhaps now he cannot worry about them stabbing him in the back. Oda reports that everything is fine. No wounds or anything abnormal were found. The man asks Azami to greet him again and shakes his hand. He tells the main character that if he doesn't mind, let him hand over his weapons and luggage for now, and then he will show him their shelter. The main character says that, okay, he will do so. Based on what happened, Azami can say that they can be trusted to some extent. But even if everything suddenly changes, they will immediately take up arms. However, this is not a problem for him. He addresses the man as a superior, and the man asks to be called Oda. He asks how many refugees have gathered here. Oda says that he does not have to force himself to use formalities. They are the same age as him. Azami thanks him. He really made his life easier. He hasn't addressed anyone politely for a long time, so it's hard for him. Oda says that he is 35. Azami is also 35, not counting the 3 years in the other world. Azami asks Oda to also talk to him as he is comfortable. Oda is glad that they are the same age after all. He suggests returning to the guy's question. He tells him that there are about 20 refugees in this building alone, and another 10 are in the city hall. The protagonist understands this and says that they did a good job of distracting the zombies. They placed the survivors so that the zombies couldn't get there, continued to attract them to the city hall, and at the last minute he showed up. Helped himself. Good teamwork. Oda asks Azami if he really thinks that way, since he's just doing what he can. Then he suggests that he just move on. He says that this is the 3rd floor, where the refugees live. The police have taken over the 2nd and 4th floors, and the roof. They still have free rooms, so he can choose whichever one he wants. The protagonist realizes that there are about 10 survivors on this floor. Suddenly, he notices that one of them suddenly started running and quite fast. The next moment, Azami is tightly hugged by a woman. The girl, in tears, turns to Azami as a mentor and asks if he was alive all this time. Azami turns to Yuki and asks if this means she survived. The girl hugs him tightly. Oda asks Yuki if he is her boyfriend. Azami denies it. He was her mentor at work, but he never thought she was still alive. Yuki yells that she should be the one saying that, since he never showed up for work or even responded to her messages. The protagonist apologizes and explains that a lot has happened. Yuki says that even so, it was still possible. He did not really believe that she would be able to successfully get to a safe place. He is, of course, very happy, but he still has things to do. If he asks the local survivors about what happened from the appearance of the first zombie to their time, he can find a lot of useful information. Yuki knows him well, and this can ruin everything. Well, how can he justify his absence from this world while he was walking in another? Oda sees that the two of them are well acquainted. Then he can calmly trust Azami Yuki what she thinks. The girl agrees with this, grabs the guy by the hand, and says that she will explain to the mentor what is going on here. And at the same time, he finds out what these different things were. The guy asks not to pull her so hard. If she doesn't do this, then he may disappear again. Yuki sits in front of Azami and the guy apologizes to her, because it is his fault that he did not contact her in any way. However, he was really very busy. She started demanding that he kneel before her, even brought tears, so he just resigned himself to where everything was going. Yuki accepts this answer. He wants to believe that something really important and serious happened to him. And yet why does Azami remain so calm? Yes, they are safe with him and they were able to meet. But still, he became somehow harsh, as if he didn't care anymore. The main character replies that he doesn't. He is actually also very glad that she is alive. He was worried about her, and it is true, he came to this place only because he read her letter. The girl is silent. He's honest, and he really wants her to survive. But there's a part of him that's resigned to the facts that it might not happen. He spent 3 years in a world where people die in droves, so resignation has become a habit, and yet he's become harsh. The girl wipes away her tears and says that in this case everything is fine. She remembers and wants to say something. She looms over him and says that he read her message about her going to City Hall. So why didn't he write anything back? The protagonist realizes that he seems to have screwed up. After that, Yuki got him. He had to come up with a story where he escaped during the attack, to a place where there was almost no signal, so he didn't write. In order not to say too much, he asked her not to ask for details, and managed to avoid talking about another world. The story of how he met Kaeri while he was getting food a little, and he got scolded for leaving the poor girl alone. Before bringing her here, he had to check if it was safe here, and when he came to the fact that he needed to go to Oda and discuss a plan to save the girl, she reluctantly let him go. People here live a quiet life and communicate with each other. Azami sees that the refugees look happy. Of course, now everything is not like before, but it seems that the local living conditions suit them quite well. According to Yuki, they periodically replenish supplies, and to this day they are distributed equally among everyone. But something still worries him, whether women are treated fairly in this place. But she convinced him that there was no need to worry about this. The work was distributed among the survivors depending on their gender and abilities. The women remained in the building and were not at risk. Cleaning, washing, cooking. Men sometimes perform dangerous work. Police officers are in constant risk. For example, they are the only ones involved in forays for food, building barricades and working as bait. From the moment Yuki came here, no particular conflicts arose. He himself could not detect anything strange. So if he brings Katie here, then there should be no problems. He tells the girl that he wanted to talk to Oda. The guy comes into the office, and Oda asks him what happened. Azami says that he wanted to consult. First, he would like to apologize. He came here to make sure the shelter was safe. Trying to say it more gently, he couldn't find the words. He says that in one place he left a girl whom he took on to protect. He is here only to check if she can survive here. He asks if he can bring her here. According to Yuki, this is a close-knit community, so he wants to bring this child here. He will take full responsibility for transporting her here, and if he is embarrassed by the growth of hungry mouths, Azami himself will not stay here for long. Oda says that it means Yuki said so. If one of the first survivors under their wing speaks of this place in this way, then all their efforts were not in vain. Oda says that if he brings her himself, then he has no reason to refuse. If they both return safe, then they will be responsible for their further safety. Whether to leave this place or not is his business. Oda says that in any case, since it happened this way, he will tell something. Tomorrow, they're organizing a sortie for new supplies. They can leave the shelter as one group. The protagonist says that they will do so. He thanks Oda and remains his debtor. The guy accepted Oda's offer, and after this conversation took part in developing a strategy for the future sortie, and yet, I wonder what he wanted to say. His sad look seemed to burn a hole in his head. Night. Police station. In a room surrounded by darkness, the hero looked at the ceiling. He wanted to wait until morning in the central room, which was closest to the stairs. According to Yuki, he had nothing to worry about. But just in case, he continued to watch those who passed by his room. As the sun rises, he and a squad of police officers set out to replenish provisions. He is in their debt, so he decided to help with the search for supplies, and it wouldn't hurt to personally see how they work. After helping, he will choose the right time and separate from them. It is better not to get into a fight with groups of zombies while he is in their line of sight, and he will get back by car in complete safety. Perhaps this will arouse their slight suspicion, but he has no better plan. Suddenly, the hero noticed a familiar aura. It was Yuki. He told her to come in. The girl entered the room and asked him how he knew it was her. He replied that he was new here, so only she could have checked on him. Yuki told him that it was better not to waste the flashlight's charge, so she would turn it off if he didn't mind. The man didn't mind. Yuki looked at her mentor and asked if he was really going to leave her again tomorrow. He confirmed it. The girl noted that it would have been better if he had simply asked Oda to bring Kaede instead of him. The man asked her not to say stupid things. It was his personal business. He couldn't bother him with such things. Yuki said that he was lucky today, but what if it doesn't happen next time? The mentor didn't understand what she was talking about. Yuki assumes that he will be able to reach Kaede, and even he will find a safe way to the city hall. But luck can run out at any moment. The fact that they were able to reach a safe place is already luck. She had seen it countless times before. The survivors died right before her eyes, just trying to get here. It seemed like they were about to help them, but the next moment they were dead. The thought that the same fate could have befallen her fills her with fear. As she was climbing the stairs, one of the infected grabbed her leg. He tore off her sneaker. She still can't forget that day. Yuki asked if the mentor wasn't scared. The man is sure that not only Yuki, but also the other survivors live in the same fear of zombies. And he's the only one who does not experience such feelings. But he can even tell her the reason. It makes him feel guilty. Unbearable feelings. The hero confirmed that he really wasn't afraid. So he would speak directly. He would open up to her. Maybe that would ease his guilt a little. Yuki noticed that the mentor was somehow too cold-blooded. Then the girl left, and Yuki's words kept spinning in his head until dawn. The next day, they set out in 2 earthquake response vehicles that they've modified slightly for resupply runs. They're parked in the precinct garage now. The vehicles are sturdy and can easily run over zombies. Yanagi said that if they were so safe, then he didn't need it, because it was hard to move in them. His comrade said that there was no such thing as too much protection, and it would be easier to find provisions that way. So he would have to be patient. The hero is dressed in Special Forces protective gear made of Kevlar fiber. In truth, he doesn't need it, but if he didn't put them on, the Oda squad would start guarding him excessively. Perhaps he would still need them. He would give them to Kaie. The man commanded that they move out. Their plan is this. There's a radio in the police station. They will use it to contact Maria. They will distract the zombies from the garage in the same way as when they saved Yanagi. There's a lookout over the garage. He will report when the passage is clear. After that, the police and refugees will carefully open the garage doors. At the same time, they start the cars and drive out, and the remaining police will climb into the back of the car while it is moving. The hero said that everything was going smoothly, as expected. The comrade replied that it was always easy to leave. The problems began on the way back. The garage door will be locked until the passage is cleared of zombies again. If they go straight ahead, they'll just bring the infected with them. The sound of the car would only attract more zombies. And what would happen if they failed to knock the zombie off their tail? The man replied that that would be the worst possible outcome. Oda's face never left the gloomy expression. They were moving along a predetermined route, and they were shooting down zombies that they encountered along the way. First stop, 24-hour store in the state highway. At Oda's command, a squad of police officers immediately got out of the car. In protective gear, armed with axes and guns. Pistols make too much noise and are used as a last resort. They work in teams of 2. One holds the zombie, and the other finishes it off with an axe. The opponents are zombies, so it is not safe to fight one-on-one. The police undergo special training, so they have every chance of winning. This is a good strategy against zombies. They radioed in that they found one in the staff room. He was eliminated. No one was hurt. Before the cleanup began, he offered them his help, but Oda stopped him and said that they needed to watch first, so he agreed to observe. Upon arrival, he found one zombie in the building, with the help of his skill. But he couldn't tell them about it. The hero could only tell them to be careful and watch their plan come to fruition. He is glad that they succeeded. The police quickly cleared the area and began to carry out the products. It took 2 trips to carry everything out of the store. Everything was done so quickly that they did not even have to fight a new batch of zombies. Not a single extra zombie was killed. They actually managed to pull it all off in 2 minutes. Oda's leadership and the skills of the other members of the group are just top-notch. Then they visited several more small shops, and now they reached the final and most important point on Oda's list: the supermarket. All the gates of the supermarket are closed. They managed to close all the entrances and exits before the panic reached this place. Since then, this place has remained untouched. There should be a lot of supplies here. Oda told Yanagi not to stray too far. Instead of rushing into battle, he should better observe the area and try to protect himself. They quickly opened the gates and drove in their cars. Before they could close the gate, several zombies followed them. Fortunately, they couldn't reach the back of the truck. With each swing of the axe, they managed to eliminate at least one zombie. Yanagi thought that if the situation escalated, he would have to intervene. But it seemed that there was no need. Everyone got out of the car. There were no traces of zombies in the building. Someone suggested that when they leave, they will have to open the gate again, and this will attract groups nearby. But by the time they finish here, the zombies will have scattered again and will not have time to pounce in a crowd. But caution does not hurt. Oda told everyone to search for supplies, look around, and walk in groups. The team began exploring the supermarket. The supermarket had to be explored only with flashlights, so it took them about half a day. But other than that, there were no problems. The search and collection of necessary supplies went smoothly. While carrying the box, the hero thought that there were 9 bottles of water, 2 liters each, in this box. He had to pretend that it was heavy for him. Oda praised the hero for his good work and said that this was the last box for the day. He shouted to the team that they needed to clear the exit, then open the gate and quickly leave. Everything is as usual. The infected chase the lead car. While they distract them, the people in the second car will close the gate and catch up with them. Yanagi noted that his comrade had thought out every detail. Oda denies this. He just does what he can. The policeman asked the hero if he was really going to go there. Yanagi confirmed this. Oda said that the infected don't scare him at all. If there was at least one like him in the shelter, it would be easier for them. The hero said that when he returned to them, he would help them in any way he could. That was the end of the conversation. The rest of the journey was spent in silence. The only sound was Oda's radio. It was as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't dare. They reached a place where there were no zombies, and the hero was dropped off. Here, they will part ways. He doesn't know when it will be, but Yanagi will try to choose a day with good weather and will immediately go to them by car. Behind him, he heard only Oda's sad voice. After which, he tried to leave as quickly as possible. Oda told the boy to take care of himself. Alone, the hero wandered after the girl. He returned to the supermarket on a rainy night. Before contacting the survivors in the shelter, he had previously left his car in one of the parking spaces near the supermarket. Now it needed to be moved closer to the main entrance. The reason he hadn't done it sooner was because some stranger might have spotted the car in an unusual location. It would have been even worse if it had been a broken man. It was best not to give any reason to think there was anyone in the building. Yanagi hasn't been here for 2 whole days. Has Kaede gotten better or has her cold gotten worse? He knew from the start that he would be gone for a few days. Why should he worry unnecessarily? There are zombies on the first floor again. But it seems that thanks to the barricade, they didn't get to the second floor. The barricades he set up on the second and third floors also seemed intact. He noticed Kaide's aura. From the looks of it, she's safe and sound. He knocked on the door. The girl recognized him as Mr. Azami. Yanagi thought that she had followed his advice and was no longer rushing to open the door so quickly. The girl came up and opened the door. She rushed to hug and greet Mr. Azami. She asked if he was hurt and if he was okay. He said he was okay, but he was wet. He asked her not to cling to him like that. Kaede said she didn't care. He asked her if she had recovered. She replied that she was much better now, and all thanks to the gentleman. Yanagi said that he would go and dry off a bit. The girl said that it would be bad if he caught a cold. The hero thinks that he won't catch a cold even if he walks around soaking wet all day. There is one skill he can use even in front of witnesses. Negative effect neutralization. Ever since he got this skill in the other world, he has never gotten sick. But it's just not comfortable to walk around soaking wet. So he decided to get a towel and a new set of clothes from subspace. Now he can take off this police protection and the intimidating biker outfit. First, he decided to wipe the body, and then change clothes. Then he remembered something. He returned to the room. The girl was surprised that he had spare clothes. The hero put the clothes on the table and said that she had also recently gotten wet, so she could change into this. Kaede asked the man where he got the clothes from. He replied that he had accidentally found the set while he was out doing his business. In such a world, few people care whether their clothes suit them or not. The main thing is that they are not too small. But maybe it's still important to a girl like her. He was just trying to choose clothes that would be easiest for Kaede to move in. He doesn't think about new clothes being a reason to be happy. But if she's happy, then it's all good. Kaede said that she boiled water for the hero, because he was probably completely frozen. The man thanked the girl and said that he would be happy to drink it. She told him to drink carefully because the water was very hot. In fact, it would have been better to make him coffee. The man asked about him getting her coffee. She said that she didn't mean it that way. With the effects of negative effect neutralization, he didn't feel cold or hot. But now he felt his body warm up. Kaede said that at some point she thought that he would not return after all. Yanagi looked at her and reminded her of his words about coming back even if he was gone for a few days. The girl asked him not to think that she was blaming him. The night just passed and he never came back. She started to worry. And that's it. He came back to her. This is wonderful, and that is why she is very happy. Yanagi asked the girl if her offer to do anything was still valid. Kaede was surprised and blushed. The girl replied that she agreed to everything but asked him to prepare her a little. The hero did not understand what he should prepare her for. The man took out his car keys and said that they were leaving soon. They are going to the survivors. He found a shelter that is still functioning and safe. There are enough people there, and it seems to be peaceful. For Cade, it will be much safer there. The girl asked what it means that they will move there together. He answered that yes. Their leader, Oda, asked for his help, so he will stay there too. The hero does not know how long he will stay, but for now, he will not leave. He will look after her. He will do what he can. Kaede said that she understood everything. They will leave in 2 to 3 days. During this time, he will try to prepare her a little. He will need to do some things. He will not leave the building. You can consider this part of the preparation. The girl wished the man good night, and they fell asleep. The next day. Time to start preparing. On the day of their departure, they will not go down the escalators where the main barricades are, but down the stairs behind the emergency exit. First, you need to clear the way so that Kaede can easily get to the main entrance where the car is parked. You need to remove all obstacles, scattered goods, and overturned shelves. In addition, you need to get rid of new zombies and remove the bodies of old ones. Seeing the pile of bodies, Kaede will start to worry that they will rise again. Worrying will make her move slower. On the day of departure, more zombies will appear here. But getting rid of them shortly before the start will not be a problem. The hero said that the path from the stairs to the car was cleared. He then decided to leave the emergency exit open. He saw a zombie, approached him, and said that he would come. He told him to follow him. He decides to take the zombies out through the emergency exit and then lead them to the fire escape. Then they will carefully go around it. And then they'll close the emergency exit. Yanagi struck the zombies. He fell down the stairs and tried to get up. The man said that the preparations were almost complete. All that was left was to call Katie. Entering the room, he saw that the girl was packing her bag. Noticing the man, she said that, thank God, he was okay. He said that she was always too worried about him. He apologized for distracting her from packing, but it was time to talk about his request. Kaede said that she wanted to prepare mentally. Azami noted that it wouldn't hurt to do so. He approached her and said that it was time to perform communication. He took her hand and led her somewhere. They were walking through the shopping mall. Approaching a door, the girl heard strange sounds and asked what was there. Yanagi did not answer but asked her to stretch her hands forward, palms up. The girl complied. He put a gun in her hands. The girl was shocked. He asks her to hold it tightly and not to drop it. Black and heavy. Most have seen it, but in reality, not many Japanese have held it in their hands. The revolver was in the girl's hands. The man turned to Katie, and he told her that now she would take the lives of these zombies. The power to choose who will live, who will die, is now in these little hands. Katie looks at the zombie below and addresses Mr. Azami. She asked if she really had to do this. He replied that the solution to the impending threat was a bullet. She needed to aim the gun and then pull the trigger. The girl looks at the gun uncertainly. Yanagi brings her out of her thoughts and tells her that the zombie is rising. She needs to calm down and aimed for the head. Kaede looked at this zombie. She pointed the revolver at the zombie, but under the pressure of the dead look, she dropped her hands. Yanagi asked what happened. She replied that she couldn't do it and wanted to ask the master to help her. The next moment, he kicks the zombie. He told her that if she wanted to give in so much, she should have done it earlier. He asked if she could move. She remained silent. He asked differently. Could she go back to the room herself? She confirmed. He told her to go and he would clean up here. He took the gun from her, and then the girl left. Was Kaede unable to kill the zombie because of disgust? Or was she so frightened by the approaching zombie that she couldn't move? If something like this happens at the stairs to the shelter, they won't be able to climb up it. The hero doesn't understand whether it was right to test her. He apologized to the girl. It was just a fake gun. Eventually, he'll give her real bullets. Katie has to learn to protect herself. The hero picked up a crowbar, and the next moment he struck the zombie. He opened the door and noticed Kaede sitting next to him on the floor. He told her to go back to the room. The girl apologized for not being able to do anything. Yanagi told her that there was no need to apologize. He couldn't think of a better method. If he also petrified in front of a living zombie on the day of the escape, they would be in big trouble. He just wanted to rid her of her fear of zombies. But it didn't work. Good thing they didn't leave it for the last day. The hero told her that they would have to do it again later. They would do it until she got used to the zombies. Yanagi thought that she would start cursing him. Say something like, "Why is he so cruel?" And since that day, it has been raining outside without stopping. And Kaede continued to come face to face with zombies. During this time, he managed to explain in detail the evacuation plan to the police station. Just in case, he needed to check Kaede's physical fitness, but she seemed confident in her abilities. She said that it would not be a problem for her to quickly run out of the car and climb the stairs. After learning the details of the evacuation, she understood why you should never slow down when you see a zombie. This gave her the motivation to repeat their lesson. However, Kaede was unable to pull the trigger. Perhaps something inside her does not allow her to kill a creature that was originally human. Such behavior is quite natural for ordinary people. And for the good girl Kaede, all this is unbearable. But if she wants to survive in this world, such feelings are nothing more than a hindrance. The hero hopes that one day she will be able to defeat the zombies. She continues to tremble when she picks up the gun. Though remembering the very first day he gave it to her, she becomes much more confident. The rain has finally stopped. It's a perfect day for a trip. He asked the girl if she was ready. She resolutely confirmed it. Her hair is tied in a ponytail. She has a backpack on her back, and even in her head there is enthusiasm. At first, the hero wanted her to wear the protection Oda gave him, but they refused. He would still be able to protect her. And on the day X, their main advantage would be speed. Kaede only wore the Kevlar fiber part of the talisman, and to protect herself as best as possible, she put a jacket on top of it. The clothes he gave her are in the backpack. They will be a spare set. Kaede asked for permission to do something. Yanagi was not against it and asked what she wanted to do. The girl walked to the door and began to pray. The hero assumed that she was praying to her dead mother and offered to stand behind the door. But she said that everything was fine. She understands that they will not return here again. He wonders what Kaede is thinking with such a mysterious expression on her face. She finished and apologized for keeping him waiting. She said that she couldn't say goodbye to her father, but his backpack would always be with her. The hero asked what it meant that they were going straight to the exit. The girl confidently confirmed this. Yanagi smiled, and the next moment the hero was already riding in a car. The hero is driving very fast in a car and is hit by zombies. Kaede is disconcerted by this. The man tells her not to worry. They are not people anymore anyway. A cat somewhere. He will. So be it. Slow down. The man began to worry about the success of the case. Kaede replied that everything was fine. She was just surprised. The hero hopes that this is so. Kaede is a little used to zombies, she said. But Azami doesn't know how she'll react to a whole bunch of zombies. The worst thing would be if she just froze in place. Then he would have to drag her up the stairs himself. But under the current circumstances, he couldn't do that. He would have to get back in the car and start all over again. There's nothing to be done. He has to act at random. He hopes that Kaede will hold out. The hero feels a strengthened gaze. They are watching from the roof of the shelter. It seems they realized who was in the car. They had already set out the bait. The hero asked the girl if she was ready. She confidently answered that she was. She repeated what the man had told her. Stay calm, move quickly, don't trip over anything, and don't look back. Yanagi tells her that he will cover her back so she won't have to look back. When he climbs the ladder, she can't look down. She needs to trust him and climb quickly. They got out of the car and started acting. The girl does as the hero said. She acts calmly and does not look back. She runs straight to the stairs. The zombie reached his hand towards the girl's backpack. The girl's words about her father's backpack always being with her came to mind. She got angry and hit the zombie. He told him not to dare do that. No need to defeat zombies too fancy. Be their crowbar a little. Pierce. Barely pull out the crowbar. Hit moderately. Oda and the police, most likely even Yuki and the refugees, are watching him now. Playing desperately is quite fun. He looked towards the stairs to see if Kaede had managed to climb up. Yes, she did it. Oda told him to go up as quickly as possible. Yanagi was thinking about how he could climb up faster. He pierced the head of a zombie standing near the stairs. Then he stepped on it. He did this to jump onto the stairs. He grabbed it and began to climb deftly. The next moment, he was already in the shelter. Kaede rushed towards the hero. Oda asked who this Yanagi was, and he smiled and said that he had returned. The girl hugged the man. Unshakable calm is the key to success. Yuki thought about the hero warning Kaede that they would first examine her body. Yanagi told her that there was a policewoman outside the door, so there was no need to worry about anyone exploding in here. Yuki noticed that even if she was safe, she still felt awkward. It was completely emotionless. Not everyone is capable of undressing at the first request and saying, "Look as much as you want." The mentor has no tact. The hero replied that he understood everything. Yukino introduced herself and said that before the pandemic, she and Azami worked at the same company. Kaede introduced herself in return and said that Yanagi saved her. Before the pandemic, she was a first-year high school student. The girls began exchanging pleasantries, and the hero drank water. Yuki approached him and said that she was coming to the conclusion that Kaede was a very sweet and kind girl. She talks about how when she saw them there in the hallway, when Kaede hugged him and he stroked her head in return, the girl felt strange. The hero remembers this moment. The girl hugs him and says that they did it. The man takes off his glove, strokes her head, and says that he is glad that they succeeded. Yanagi explains that he was just glad that no one was hurt, so he relaxed for a minute. He asks her not to misunderstand him. Something else is more important now. He asked his colleague if she would be able to take care of Kaede if he was not around. Yuki replied that she had nothing against it, but if he said that, it meant he was going to help Oda. Azami confirmed her words and added that he was in his debt and he needed to pay it off. He stood up and walked towards the door. Kaede asked where he was going. He replied that he needed to talk to Oda. He was waiting for him. He would be back soon. The man apologized to Yuki for dumping everything on her at once. She responded that this was the mentor's nature. The girl hugged Kaede and said that now her older sister would entertain her. They had a lot to talk about. The hero thinks that Yuki was the youngest in the company, but she was very kind and always knew how to find a common language with people. He can trust her with peace of mind about Kaede. The girl says that because of her mentor, she had to constantly work overtime. That day she returned home on time, but was so tired that she fell asleep as soon as she washed and changed her clothes. She remembers how she put her phone on silent mode. She even turned off the alarm, because it started to go off at the slightest rustle. So she did not realize what was happening outside. She woke up in the middle of the night and went out onto the veranda. It was already strange to see a human silhouette at such a time. and these were still walking in the middle of the road and swaying from side to side. At the moment when she realized the strangeness of the situation, she heard screams. She heard screams. After that, she immediately grabbed her phone and started searching for information. That's how she learned about the pandemic. She immediately started calling her friends and relatives. After some time, she found a letter. It said that the city hall had become a refuge for survivors. Having tried to contact the mentor, she could neither get through nor receive a reply. Then they cut off the internet and mobile communications, and her food supplies were getting smaller and smaller, and she was being driven into a corner. The last time she contacted her family, they told her to wait for help. But she felt she was reaching her limit, and as she began to pack her backpack to leave, she heard a strange sound from the veranda. She went out to see what it was. Her neighbor became a zombie and started breaking into her. They often crossed paths with her. She was a student, but she didn't even know her name. She had a lifeless face and cloudy eyes. She burst through the glass between the verandas. She didn't care that there were shards of glass sticking out of her stomach, and she moved completely unnaturally. On the internet, they called them infected. Yuki forgot about her backpack and her phone. She ran to the door and put on her new running shoes. She had just closed the door behind her when she heard the sound of breaking glass. She didn't want to check what was going on behind her. She ran through the back alleys to avoid running into other infected. She constantly felt them breathing down her neck, and when she reached the city hall, she saw a man on the roof, attracting infected to himself, and a ladder hanging from the window of the police station. There were two people next to her, a man and a woman. They were surrounded. The man tried to protect the wounded woman, but he was bitten by the infected. At that moment, Yuki was completely calm. Without a trace of guilt, she thought that this was her chance. She heard them being torn apart and still ran. Grabbing the ladder, she began to climb desperately. Everything will be fine. Only this thought consoled her. When suddenly, one of the zombies grabbed her leg. Yuki cried in horror as the zombies grabbed her sneaker. However, fortunately, they removed the sneakers and she miraculously managed to rise higher. Lucky she got out of the house. Lucky she didn't take a backpack, which would only slow her down. Lucky she was able to shake off the sneaker that the infected had grabbed onto, and as she came across strangers, thanks to whom she was able to reach the stairs. And then everything went the same way for her as for Kaede. Oda helped her. Her body was examined, and she thought that she could survive here. The girl noticed that the girl had experienced horror. Yuki asked about Kaede's situation. She wouldn't ask if she didn't want to talk about it. The girl said that she was in pain and scared, but Mr. Azami helped her a lot, and she met her. Yuki hugged the girl and said that it was hard for her to spend day after day in the company of this unfeeling old man. The girl denies everything. When she was all alone, she was afraid of any rustle, especially at night. But sleeping with Mr. Azami, she could sleep peacefully and not be afraid of the coming of tomorrow. Yuki is taken aback by the words she and Yanagi slept together and asks her to tell her more about that moment. At this time, the hero sat opposite Oda and asked what he wanted to talk about. Oda said that the guy is incredible. On his first visit to their hideout, he asked him for help. He also has something to apologize to the hero for. First of all, yes, that he did not help bring this child here. The hero answered that it was logical on his part. If he had gone with him and suffered in transporting Kaede, then the peaceful life of the refugees could have hung by a thread from death. He said from the start that he didn't need help. Oda thought he would say that. But there's something else he really wants to apologize for, even when he first told him about this girl and when he left him after getting provisions. He wanted to say this. The man thought about whether it was worth saving her and risking everything he had. But the hero most likely never even thought of it, and his plan went off without a hitch. Oda really does regret it. Yanagi told him that he doesn't have to apologize. The hero doesn't care. At this point, he's just surprised that he even brought up the subject. Oda thanks him and adds that his defense of the shelter is a kind of atonement. On the day the pandemic first began, he abandoned many civilians. All the people went out into the street at once, hoping for help, but he quickly closed the doors right in front of their noses and drove everyone away. At that moment, the infected were already walking the streets. Those people became their snack. Several of his comrades were bitten by zombies when they had to go outside. They tried to cure them, but by morning, they were no longer human. He had taken their lives with his own hands. Yanagi told him that it was not his fault. He had no choice. He did what he had to. In an attempt to atone for his sin, he turned the site into a shelter and spread the information online. Quite a few people came running that same day, but none of them were able to reach them safely. Some were killed, some were bitten while they were climbing the stairs, and some came already wounded. He personally took the lives of the last ones. He thought about how to secure the path to the stairs. He looked for the behavioral patterns of these creatures. He studied the network until it was turned off. By trial and error, they got to the point where he was in business. But by that point, many had died. Oda wrote that this place would become a refuge. If you think about it, this act is also one of his sins. What should he have done? The hero said it again. Oda wasn't to blame. The fact that there were survivors was the result of his hard work, and he was grateful to him. Yuki and everyone else, he saved them. What's wrong with that? Oda said the hero's name with tears in his eyes. Yanagi thought that in another world, he too had abandoned many people to certain death, far more than Oda could have imagined. They had similar experiences, and initially he felt the same as he did, but then he just got used to it. He stopped thinking about it as a sin. Comparing them, he begins to feel inferior and in some sense guilty before him. And all this mixes into self-loathing. Oda looks at him with tears in his eyes, like a lost lamb who heard the voice of God. But the hero is not so noble. He cannot judge him or forgive him for anything. The phrase he said to Oda about how he wasn't to blame was probably what the hero wanted to say to himself. He took more lives than Oda. He is the one who will suffer on the other side, so he mentally asks Oda not to look at him like that. In the silence, the remorse of two men sounds. Several days have passed since Kaeri arrived at the hideout and spoke with Oda. Today is the day of another foray for supplies. The bald guy told the hero that he was cool. He saw everything, how he fought those zombies during the evacuation. He's happy that someone like him is working with them. To tell the truth, they lack people. Yanagi said that he shouldn't be praised. Oda and all of them are just amazing. The man was asked about the girl he had returned to the shelter with. He explained that she was currently under the supervision of his student from work. In his free time, he visited them. There's always such a girly atmosphere there. But if he had to deal with this every day, he would get a headache. The men supported him. Kaede and Yuki became friends, and she had a great relationship with the other refugees. Kaede is the youngest in the shelter, so everyone is worried about her. And he was already thinking that if she is not comfortable here, he will let her sleep in the same room with him. But Yuki eased his burden when she offered to share her room, although it took him a long time to explain that he had no intention of doing anything wrong. It's better to live alone. For example, he can leave unnoticed. And because the windows in his room on the third floor are out of the view of the guards, it becomes even easier. Nothing would have happened if Kaede had been in the same room with him. Also, Yuki's room is within the range of his skill. He can react to any danger without leaving the room. And even when he's not there, he knows that together they can handle any worries. It was a good idea to entrust Kaede to Yuki. And now, the hero can fully concentrate on helping Oda. That day, could he have helped Oda's suffering in any way? Any words of encouragement from someone like him? Wasn't that just hot air? Even though he always acts like an optimist, there is a sea of grief behind his soul. And the hero wants to help carry it. He wants to be useful. So the hero is glad that he was able to take part in the food run. The trip is made much safer simply by being around them. Yanagi hopes that this will help ease his guilty conscience. Oda announced that they had arrived at the newly discovered supermarket. The front gate was closed as before, but there was one problem. The building gates that they personally closed are now open. There is no zombie influx yet. They will drive inside, but they will not close the gates yet. First, they need to inspect the surroundings and clear everything. Immediately after that, they closed the doors. Everyone responded very quickly that they understood everything. The hero noted their quick reaction, a clear and precise instruction. He should also take up his role. Yanagi began to use his skill. There are 9 zombies inside the warehouse. He says that 5 are approaching them, 2 at the delivery point and 2 more in the passage. While it wasn't necessary to tell them the location of all the zombies, it was necessary to get rid of the closest ones as quickly as possible. Together with the police detachment, they successfully got rid of everyone who approached the body and ensured the safe departure of the car. The men noted that even in such darkness, they were able to do everything. Yanagi has amazing eyesight. They say that Mr. Yanagi is really amazing, and they should keep it up. The hero thinks that there is nothing amazing about him. He just brought power from another world here. Without it, he would not have been capable of anything. And he sat in the corner trembling with fear. The day he first entered the other world, he had to forcefully suppress his fear of zombies. Not only for himself, but for those he fought for. For him, these guys are much more amazing and worthy of respect. The entrance was clear. Now they could close the gate. They could search the supermarket, but they had to be careful. Someone had definitely been here before them. Blind spot from the side of the pickup point. One approaches them, even though his skill shows the location of all zombies. But he can't simply tell about it, especially if the zombie approaches from the blind spot. He decided to go ahead of everyone to scout out the situation, so to look more natural. This way he could reduce the risks to a minimum. If someone had gone forward, things could have ended badly. Well, since he sees well even in the dark, they let him go ahead without any problems. Suddenly, the hero noticed something and called Oda. There was a zombie with bullet wounds lying on the floor. Oda said that these are bullet holes. Another policeman said that they all kill the infected with axes. They don't use pistols or shotguns for this. Oda said that it seemed like someone else besides them was trying to get rid of the zombies, but with a gun. He suggested that they quickly load everything into the truck and leave here. Something tells him that these squires may not be very peaceful. It may happen that he will have to engage them in a fight. He asked Yanagi to cover their backs so that they would not be caught off guard. The hero wanted to say something, but under Oda's serious gaze, he gave in and agreed. Looking at the shelves, Oda says that things are bad. No food, no water, nothing left. Everything was taken out, cleaned out. It's a good thing they didn't run into anyone. Judging by the amount of supplies they were able to take out, there was a whole gang operating here. This should be enough for a while. But from now on, it's worth getting supplies somewhere else. It was good that they had arrived early this time. It was lucky that at least something was left. Now, if only they could figure out where to look for supplies next time. Having said this, Mr. Odie laughed sadly, and he laughed on the way to the base. And during the sortie, they returned to base. Oda got out of the car and asked for help with unloading, because they had a rich catch today. They've canned goods, spices, snacks, and sweets with a long shelf life, and all sorts of little things. There's enough bottled water for a week. They stocked up at Imatichi today. There's nothing else to catch there, so they have to think. He said to distribute snacks and sweets to those who need them most. We also managed to get some medicine and bedding. We also took some fuel, just in case. And also several batteries, solar panels, and portable electric generators. All this in case their little helper needs more electricity. Yanagi did not understand what helper they were talking about. Oda is talking about a portable drone. With its help, they supply food to the city hall. The hero wonders where they managed to get such a treasure. Oda replied that he had taken it from the confiscated goods warehouse. It was good that he had managed to see how to use it while the internet was still working. Every now and then, during a zombie outbreak, a human appears on the roof of the city hall. This means that they need supplies, food in particular. In exchange, they help them monitor the situation and protect the territory. Thanks to this symbiosis, they can continue their sorties as before, with fewer losses. Previously, in critical situations, they had to rescue people with the help of rope ladders. The policeman informed the captain that the systems were working properly and the drone was ready to take off. Oda asked him to check if the box with provisions was securely fastened. The drone then took off and flew towards the city hall. The zombies looked at the flying object. Yanagi suggests that the mayor's office once had a good supply of food, but for some reason it became insufficient. Oda says that it's just become much more difficult to replenish supplies. Take water, for example. In current conditions, even with such valuable resources, one should be more careful. There are water tanks on the roof of the city hall and the police department. But people don't think about the fact that it might run out, and they spend as much as they are used to. The police department was particularly hard hit by this problem. There are significantly more people there, so it's no surprise that the water began to run out pretty quickly. And there's not much that can be done about it. The zombies' attention switched to the drone. In an instant, the crowd of zombies below them looked up at the sky. But their gaze was not directed at the drone at all. The Zombify have a more sensitive hearing than normal people. Therefore, they reacted to what was happening much earlier than he or Mr. Uda. Only a little later, the sound reached his ears. By that time, everyone had heard it. The bald policeman called the captain. Everyone went out onto the roof to see what was happening. A helicopter circled above the building. Yanagi looked at him. Yuki and Kaede watched through the window. A military helicopter is flying towards them. A long-awaited blessing and deliverance, or a new threat. Oda looked at the military helicopter with a hopeful expression. Could they really have come to save them? At that moment, the hero admired Lord Oda's fortitude even more. He always thought of others more than himself. He watched the rescue team land on the roof of the city hall. The soldier who came out contacted Mr. Oda by radio. They talked about the police department, the city hall, and the rescued people who were now in the shelter. Oda reported that a military helicopter had arrived and was ready to take the survivors on board. According to the soldiers, they had a place for everyone. However, they also reported that the current amount of fuel is enough to transport everyone who is currently in the city hall to the crazy place. The evacuation of government employees is currently the military's top priority. Oda asks for everyone's understanding in the situation. Hope appeared in the hearts of the people. Contrary to Yanagi's expectations, everyone took the news quite well. That day, everyone came out to see off the rapidly departing helicopter carrying the people of their city hall. This situation once again proves how much those around him trust Mr. Oda. And the hero once again became convinced of what wonderful people live here. Yuki asked a mentor what was happening. They were saved. The hero confirmed it. Kaede said that they owed Azami a lot, and Yuki, and the people from the shelter. They all treated them so well. She was so happy. Yuki said that they shouldn't forget what their mentor did for them. He cared about them so much all this time. Yanagi told them that they were celebrating too soon. Besides their shelter, there are many others where people are also waiting to be rescued. So the military will arrive in the best case the day after tomorrow, and in the worst case, in a week or even later. All they can do is hold out until they return. The girls replied that they knew. The next moment, Oda knocks on the table. He doesn't understand where he is keeping the military. Mr. Oda was unusually irritated. A week had passed since then, but the military helicopter had not returned for them. Luckily, there was enough food and water for everyone, but it was getting low, which meant they would need to be replenished soon. But what if they went on a sortie when help arrived? This became the main problem. In this suspended state, everyone began to become despondent. At the same time, the situation in the shelter was heating up. Suddenly, problems that everyone had tactfully kept silent about before began to surface, but that was not surprising. When the hero first came here, he felt lost. And these powers, given to him by another world, if the hero can use them without attracting too much attention, most of Lord Oda's problems will disappear in an instant. However, he won't be able to use them if there are any military personnel nearby, and it's probably too late to do anything. Strange rumors will probably start spreading about him. At the very least, someone will ask why he told her earlier that he was capable of something like that. Yanagi approached the commander and apologized for reporting this so late. There are some supplies in the car. He and Kaede came here in. They stocked up on them just in case. If there was a shortage of anything in the shelter, he could take their supplies. The hero is confident in his decision. He says that it may sound strange, but he did not tell about it because he was afraid. He apologized for telling so late. The man thanked the hero. He said that they would certainly find a use for them. Perhaps if there was enough food in the trunk, they would be able to replenish their supplies. Perhaps this way he could keep Mr. Oda and the others out of danger. The policeman would probably try to stop him if he knew about this, but he wouldn't listen to him. Yanagi said that once the supplies run out, they can replenish them with what's in the car. For now, all they can do is wait. Since then, the military has never contacted them. For some reason, the hero has a bad feeling. He decides to go and check. It's deep night. Except for the guards on duty, everyone is already asleep. It's drizzling, the perfect time for a secret sortie. Beforehand, the hero made sure that the door to the White Room was securely locked. He put on gloves and a helmet. He looked down and said it was time to act. As soon as he managed to get out of sight of the guards, he immediately jumped down. Fortunately, he had checked the exact location of the central military base on the map beforehand. No matter how you look at it, it was far away. If he doesn't catch anyone's eye, then it's quite possible he'll be back before dawn. The hero runs across the rooftops. He ran to the central military base. There were a huge number of zombies inside. Before his gaze, which was enhanced by magical abilities, appeared crowds of spineless zombies wandering around the inner territory. As it turned out, the base is surrounded on all sides by a wall no less than 2 meters high. The steel gates that top it off are firmly locked. There are no signs of break-ins or destruction anywhere. The barricade is quite reliable. Everything indicates that another outbreak of the epidemic has occurred here. But that was ridiculous. Were they really so careless as to allow themselves to stumble like that? It seemed to the hero that they should have checked people for injuries much more thoroughly than even the police. But, no matter what, it looks like he'll have to sneak inside and take a look around. There might still be survivors there, so the hero should be careful to avoid unnecessary clashes with them. He entered the barracks. There are no survivors. The controversial hall. Just like in a school, there are still traces of people's presence here and there. However, there is no one here either. Yanagi found tents behind the gym. There he found pocket knives, sleeping bags, and kerosene lamps. Apparently, they placed the evacuees inside the building, and they themselves spent the night in tents outside. The hero noticed tire tracks. Their direction indicated that the military was moving towards the sea. Following them to the boat station, the hero saw a row of trucks. They were parked as if they were trying to build a line of defense. Thus, it is highly likely that the military took the boats and simply went somewhere. This all hardly resembles a disappearance without a trace. Just in case, the hero decided to check the base again. No signs of life were found, and it was not possible to find any. At this point, he decided to end the investigation and return back to the shelter. Yanagi wonders why the outbreak occurred in the very place where people were being examined. After all, the military protocol for discovering injuries is much stricter. He doesn't think that such serious people would take such an important matter so lightly. The only thing that the hero now clearly understands is that in such a situation, hoping for rescue by the military is as useless as waiting for the whistle to blow on the mountain. Since the military set off so soon, they had boats with supplies prepared in advance. They probably thought through where to go to. It's unlikely that after something like this, they'll drop everything and rush to help the remaining survivors. There were very few soldiers among the zombies that wandered around the base. However, almost all of them had wounds on their bodies, typical of those usually received in war, and the area itself was full of signs of struggle. The hero assumes that they only managed to think through an escape plan, but did not have time to prepare well enough for the evacuation itself. Yanagi can't just tell Mr. Oda the truth. But if he does, he can find peace and try to find her himself. The hero will have to pluck up the courage and tell everything. He will follow him unquestioningly until the very end. He thinks that this is the best way out. 2 days had passed since the hero's foray into the base. As before, he was on guard duty along with some of Lord Oda's other subordinates. He has a sneaking suspicion that someone is watching them, and, apparently, someone hostile. The danger is definitely not coming from the roof of the police department. Maybe something is inside. It is definitely not a zombie, one of the survivors. It is possible that it is not inside, but rather near the building. My gut instinct tells me there are no serious reasons to worry yet. It looks like no one is planning to attack them yet, but there is a possibility that it is one of the recent arrivals. However, if the hero's assumption turns out to be true, then they will have big problems. The next day, the hero went out on the roof. The men saw him and asked why he was there. It wasn't his turn to be on duty today. Yanagi started a conversation with them about the weather and then asked about help from the military. They assumed that something had happened to them on the way. The hero had that feeling again. Like yesterday, he was coming from the building across the street. Oddly enough, when the military helicopter arrived, he didn't feel anything like that. Like every time strangers visited them. The man does not understand who could wish them harm. What goals does this person pursue? The hero senses in his gut that this person is acting alone. Maybe he got into the shelter long before that moment. For example, when everyone was asleep. Although his abilities allow him to feel such things, he still doesn't know what to do with these feelings. Getting rid of an ill-wisher without any apparent reason would be at least strange. Suddenly, the bald policeman called out to Mr. Azami. A car is driving down the street. A man radios in that a car has just driven down Main Street and is heading toward the building's parking lot. They heard shots and ran to the stairs. Mr. Oda told Yanagi to keep away. The stranger with the weapon asked if this was a shelter. Oda told him not to move. and then they won't fix his time. Just take the gun away from him for a while. The guy justifies himself and says that he wasn't going to do anything. He didn't even resist when they took his gun away. If he had harmed any of the locals, there would certainly have been panic. Fortunately, the hero doesn't detect any unrest on their part. The impulses are very weak. However, the look the stranger was giving him and Mr. Oda was full of hatred. The guy's radio, pocket knife, and another hunting knife were temporarily confiscated. The stranger doesn't understand why he can't keep it. It's his only way to keep in touch with his friends. Oda said that if he had any objections, he couldn't help. He was free to leave this place whenever he wanted, even now. The guy understood everything and laughed nervously. Yanagi asks the commander to be careful with this guy. He replied that he didn't like him either. He seemed very suspicious. The man even regretted not leaving here. Probably selfish of him. If this guy had anything to do with the bodies in the supermarket, they were in deep trouble. But that would explain why he had knives and a walkie-talkie with him. Without any special skills, Mr. Oda cannot easily recognize danger. However, right now he voiced the same thing that the hero was thinking. It's possible that this guy could be part of a group that's keeping an eye on them. That would explain why he's carrying a walkie-talkie. The hero cannot describe in words how much he admires the fact that Lord Oda so clearly and quickly got his bearings in the situation, although he himself was not on the observation deck at that moment. Looking out the window, the man says that they never got the helicopter. Soon they will need supplies from their car Yanagi. Somehow, things are not going well. The hero answered that nothing can be done about it, but he promised to do something for this guy, if possible. Yanagi asks Yuki and Kaeri to be careful, because they have a new guy in the shelter. The hero answered that, unfortunately, yes. The girls looked at each other questioningly. Katie says that even though he seems scary, all in black, lots of piercings, but she saw how friendly he is with other people, communicates so easily and naturally. The hero said that at first glance, maybe so. Most likely, he is very good at talking. Judging from the hero's personal experience, you can't always trust what you see. Some things aren't immediately obvious, and he may just be a good actor. Mr. Oda also thinks that one should be on guard with him. He asks them to try not to be left alone. Always lock the room with a key. And when it gets dark, do not open the door to anyone. At first they were wary and somewhat distrustful of his words. But as soon as he told them about the gun and the shots, they immediately understood the reason for his excitement. This guy has a strange aura about him, so strong that the hero can feel it from several rooms away. Because of this, he doesn't let his guard down even at night. But fortunately, this guy doesn't do anything that could arouse suspicion. Meanwhile, Yanagi continued to go out on guard duty on the roof. But everything was the same there too, and he had no idea what to do with all this. It had been 3 days since this strange guy had arrived at their hideout. That day they gathered to replenish their supplies, taking some supplies from his car. The plan is to first drive their regular supply truck to the abandoned car. Then the hero gets in and drives it back to the hideout. The truck follows. Mr. Oda didn't want Yanagi to participate in all this until the very end. However, no other volunteers agreed, and he, on the contrary, volunteered himself. So he had to give in. Now that the city hall is empty, there is no one to report the situation with zombies on the street. So they decided to attach a smartphone to the drone they were using to transport supplies, turn up the music, and try to distract the zombies with an external stimulus. However, it didn't work. Yanagi asked his friend to drive a little closer and stop the car. The hero got out of the car and rushed to his vehicle with supplies. He defeated one zombie, but others reached out to him. He almost got close to the car, but the zombie almost touched him. However, the hero struck him in the face with an axe, and the next moment, he climbed into the car. Yanagi told his comrade that they could return to their original route. After taking the car, they immediately wanted to head back, but they did not rush, since their actions could easily attract the attention of the zombies. They decided to go around in a circle. The plan worked. At first, the zombies chased them, but very soon, they fell behind. They soon returned to the garage without incident. Mr. Oda was delighted to see the huge amount of supplies. There were so many that in order to fit everything, they even had to remove the back seats, because everything did not fit in the trunk. The hero headed towards the residential building. He was still uneasy about the new guy's presence, so for his own peace of mind, he decided to make sure everything was okay. Suddenly, Yanagi felt something. My sixth sense told me that that guy was in the same room with Kaede right now, and they were completely alone there. The hero ran quickly down the corridor. He opens the door to Kaide's room. There was a knife next to the girl's face, and tears were flowing from her eyes. This guy was trying to undress Kaede. Yanagi's premonition was right. Heidi thinks about how stupid she was, and Mr. Azami warned her about this. But even that could have protected her. While the male part of the shelter was busy implementing the plan to extract supplies from the car, the women were trying to find a new place where they could replenish supplies in the future. And when they reported that Mr. Azami had successfully completed the task, she felt somehow calm in her soul. And in order not to distract Yuki from the conversation with a rather stern-looking woman, Kaede decided to quietly run to the toilet alone. She saw that unfamiliar guy and said hello to him. She asked what he was doing near this room. After all, it doesn't belong to him. He looked at her legs and smiled. He said that he simply had the wrong door. The next moment, he was next to the girl and took out a knife. He told her to come into the room and not even think about screaming. The girl tried to ask why he was doing this. He pushed her into the room and told her to shut up. He doesn't know what to do. He can't use the radio, and the guards might see. He looked at Kate's legs, and the next moment, he rushed at her. He stuck out his tongue and began to lick the girl's forearm. She tried to say something, but he stabbed her in the stomach. The guy told her to shut up and not to resist. He started touching her. Kate didn't like it. She felt disgusted and loathed by this guy's actions. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, and Yanagi entered her. The guy panicked. He told him not to move or make a sound. He could come in carefully and close the door. The hero closed the door. Mr. Azami asked Kaede to close his eyes for a moment. The guy began to threaten the hero that he would take the girl's life. The next moment, the men used some skill on this guy. Then, he appeared next to him and put his hand behind his back. He told Kaede that she could open her eyes. The guy grunted that he would destroy the hero. Yanagi told him to shut up. Now it was his turn to give orders. He would ask questions, and the boy would answer, but in a whisper. Unless he wants to lose his life, Kaede remained sitting on the floor, locked in the room with the two men, and could only watch as the stranger whispered something into Mr. Azami's ear. His face was so close, but she couldn't see it. She thinks that maybe it's bad to think like that about Mr. Azami, who was always so kind to her, but he looked so scary. The boy is locked in a cell. He asked what they are going to do with him. Oda says that there is nothing wrong if he tells them everything. He replied that he had already told everything he knew. He began to justify himself, but then fell silent when he saw Yanagi's threatening look. The boys walked down the corridor. One turned to Yanagi and was guilty before his comrade. He replied that everyone was too busy with supplies, and everything was fine, which could not be said about Kaede. And it was good that the worst-case scenario had passed her by. Although it certainly sounded so-so, the guy asked what exactly they had told him. They explained to him that, in short, before they put this guy in jail, Mr. Oda and his men had him firmly cornered. According to Mr. Oda, he waited until the guards left and then began sneaking into other people's rooms and robbing them. And the knife he threatened him and Kaede with seemed to have come into his possession in this way. The young man learned that, apparently, the robber did not want to rob anyone, but only tried to open a working radio, after which he planned to get out and contact his comrades from there. Since the original goal of their group was to dismantle the situation in the police department, he himself spoke of himself as a person under duress, stating that he was sent here almost by force. And because they confiscated his radio at such an inopportune moment, they had to urgently come up with a new plan of action. But Kaede happened to be nearby at the most inopportune moment. Immediately noticing that the stranger was behaving extremely suspiciously, the guy heard that. Now they at least knew that he was not alone, however. Their sudden captive refused to give away the location of the secret hideout, but not because he did not want to, but because he simply did not know, since the group periodically moves from place to place. So finding out where they are now can only be done by contacting them directly. The young man thought that this was exactly it. Neither the customer nor the location of the hideout were given to them, which corresponded to his expectations. He became curious about how the criminal behaved under the pressure of Mr. Oda's people, who were trying to break him, and whether he experienced the same horror that he himself had caused him. The protagonist Yanagi came to the conclusion that submission is a skill that, when applied, heightens the victim's sense of fear while simultaneously depriving him of the ability to act of his own free will. He thought that this was why he needed to make sure Kaede wouldn't fall under his influence at that moment. Only then did he activate the Fullbring, channeling all of his power to the one it was intended for. After that, in an instant, Oko was by his side, using a speed-enhancing skill. That guy didn't even have time to comprehend what had happened. To him, it was as if Yanagi had suddenly vanished into thin air. The protagonist realized that under such high pressure and uncontrollable fear, the criminal gave out all the information he had, so he is well aware of where their gang's hideout is located, knows who the leader is, and even how many guards are inside. The boy expressed uncertainty about whether Mr. Oda would be able to properly use the data he had received, so he warned the stranger in advance to keep silent, including information about his abilities. And he thought about the gang. Young Yanagi stood in front of the window, put on his helmet, and thought that tonight he would personally take care of them. The guy suddenly flew out of the window and continued his journey flying through the night city. The boy on the floor said he shouldn't have been sent there. His companion agreed, saying that if they had come up with a plan B, he wouldn't have had to hang around there forever. The guy got scared and, asking who was there, pointed the gun towards Yanagi, who had flown towards them. The young man in the shirt pointed a gun at Yanagi, asking who he was. His interlocutor in a tank top, holding a bat, replied that he was new and began to swing at the protagonist. The guy swung and hit Yanagi in the leg with all his might. The young man fell. The man in the shirt said that he was hardly new. He would have immediately given the code word. Then he ordered to finish him off and cut off his head, to which the guy in the t-shirt agreed. The protagonist didn't have time to do anything when Yanagi grabbed his arm. He screamed that it hurt and for him to let go, but Yanagi intentionally twisted his arm. The main character broke his arm and the guy started screaming in pain, bleeding. The guy in the shirt, shocked by Yanagi's actions, made a cry of surprise and confusion. He was scared. The guy asked him to be quieter and noted that, in his opinion, their low behavior was even for the better, which would allow him to deal with them without any regrets. The protagonist, leaning towards the guy in the shirt, said that now was a time for interrogation and advised him to answer quickly and clearly if he did not want severe torment before death. After which, he asked what he was all about. The young man asked if there was anyone else in the shelter. The guy in the shirt with his hands tied answered that no, and they don't even hold women captive. Stuttering, he said that they definitely don't have any living women, honestly. The guy thought about it, reasoning that there was no need to go around the entire building. However, if he were in the place of two guys thinking about murder, he would not lay out all the information directly, regardless of who was in front of him. The main character, putting his hand on the guy on the shirt's shoulder, said that it seemed like the truth, but it wouldn't hurt to make sure. He also asked if he understood what would happen if all his words turned out to be untrue. The main character saw how the guy in the shirt, in fear, began to stutter and speak, begging to first cut off his head and then go anywhere, claiming that he was already dead as a person anyway. The guy in the shirt said in horror that he heard that if you die, then after death you become one of them, and start attacking everyone in a row, so he asked to quickly cut off his head. The hero, who was lying on the floor without an arm, suddenly sat up. Yanagi, who was standing nearby, wondered what had happened, and why the corpse had suddenly come back to life. The boy with the missing arm stood up behind Yanagi. The boy in the shirt stuttered and begged him to take action. A middle-aged man, returning from another world, becomes unrivaled in his world. One zombie is ready, but it is not clear why this guy suddenly became one. The main character takes the bat and, with all his might, turns around and hits the guy with no arm right in the face, causing his teeth to fly out. The young man stepped on his head and crushed it, and then asked the guy in the shirt how this happened. The protagonist asked if he had been bitten at the time of his death. He was told that not at all. Everyone who dies becomes like that, and they don't even need to be bitten for that. The guy thought, no matter how you look at it, that blind guy was definitely a zombie. Even his skill identified him as a zombie. Previously, he was sure that only those who had this curse passed on from other zombies become zombies. Yanagi thought further, thinking that it didn't seem like the guy was lying, and maybe he should interrogate him more. However, he got distracted from him and started saying that if only the others could see how this was going. But the guy in the shirt didn't understand him. The young man said that he had been there, but asked not to tell anyone. Told him to keep his mouth shut, otherwise he would find him everywhere, no matter how he tried to escape. The young man learned that a so-called gang of outlaws had taken up residence in a nearby former shopping mall, and Yanagi landed on a car with broken windows. The young man pointed the gun at the man who asked him to stand. In turn, the guy also pointed a gun at Yanagi and reported on the radio that they had some strange guy on the territory and asked to send someone here. The stranger asked him what he was doing there and where he came from. Yanagi replied that he was there to kill them all. The stranger said he wouldn't come out and started shooting at Yanagi first. The young man saw Yanagi's suit push back the bullet, and the stranger was perplexed. The young man noticed a saber appearing from Yanagi's hand, and he said that in such a situation, he should have thought better about self-defense. The young man apologized and said that he thought the guy was already dead. In response, the guy made an incomprehensible sound and was horrified. The young man Yanagi pounced on him and pierced him in half with his saber, causing the boy's body to fly apart. He fell to the floor and began to scream in pain. The young man thought that, as he had sensed, almost immediately after the man fell, he turned into another walker. He realized that it seemed that the guy had been telling the truth after all. The protagonist then hit the walking dead man's head with his saber again, and all the parts of his face scattered across the floor. The protagonist heard someone start to express strong dissatisfaction with what had been done and pointed out that he was on the stairs. It was decided to ambush him at the top, sending all forces there. The guy thought that this meant they would all be waiting for him from above. So much the better, he would save time. People with pistols immediately ran out, calling for them to shoot and kill him. The young man thought that fortunately, the suit he was making was imbued with a special magical energy, so he was not afraid of either rain or bullets. At that moment, while the bullets were flying at him, the main character was waving his saber, which caused blood to splatter. The young man finished the fight, and drops of blood were dripping from all sides. As he left the dark room, he frightened the man, who called him a monster, and began to stutter and run away in fear. The protagonist told the fleeing man that no one could hide from him. He went towards him with a saber, but he hid around the corner, holding a pistol. The young man, without going around the corner, calculated the approximate position of the man and swung his saber at him. The young man cut off the man's head on his first try. Someone thought he was a monster. Moving towards the other man, he said that he thought he was the last one left. The guy stuttered and started to back away, asking who he was. Yanagi replied that he was just a random passerby, apologized for making a fuss, and said that he actually wanted to ask him a few questions. The young man asked whether the two who were guarding the police station and all the others who were present were his comrades, or whether there were other members of their group. The man stuttered that, no, that was it, there was no one else. The protagonist asked if they had stocked up at the nearby supermarket, and the guy, stuttering again, answered yes. The young man asked the last question about the presence of other armed groups nearby. The man, stuttering again, answered that, besides them, the only ones nearby were probably the police. The protagonist said, that's how it was. And then there was nothing to worry about. Yes, to which the guy, stuttering, exclaimed. The guy started to speak, stuttering and asking for help, but he never managed to finish speaking because the main character cut off his head. The guy's body falls to the floor, and his head falls to the side. The protagonist found it curious that even in a decapitated state, he began to turn into a zombie. The guy stepped into a pool of blood. The guy thought that there was still time before dawn, so he would probably finish what he had started, and he went into the building where the guy in the shirt was. The main character cut off this guy's head too, and then thought that that was it. It was time to return to the shelter. Now its inhabitants are definitely not in danger, and most importantly, no one is threatening them. Foraging trips should also be much safer, he thought. Mr. Oda didn't need to know about the incident. However, it turns out that everything that guy said was true. The guy thought, taking off his helmet. The boy thought that if he didn't behead the dead man in time, he would inevitably turn into a zombie, which meant that he didn't have to be bitten to turn into a zombie, just die. He wondered if the military and Mr. Oda knew about this. He asked himself. The protagonist reflected that both he and his subordinates shoot all the zombies that get in their way without regret, even if these discarded ones were previously inhabitants of the shelter. He noted that he had never heard of them getting rid of anyone who had not been bitten or wounded, which was practically the same as shooting an innocent person. He suggested that the military might have also given the unbitten a wide berth. Yanagi dared to guess that none of them even knew about it. Another question was why the bandit had such information. probably because they had been killing people in droves both before and after the pandemic. In that case, everything fell into place, including what happened at the base. He assumed that this was how it happened. The young man thought that one of the survivors gets sick and then dies in the middle of the night, after which the incredible specimen slowly begins to turn into a zombie itself. Then it attacks the others, causing them to become like that too. The protagonist suggested that since it was at night in the dark, the few who were escaping, especially people with poor eyesight, were not immediately able to notice the strange behavior of others. And when they noticed it, it was already too late, and most of those in the area had already been converted. The soldiers grab their weapons, but do not dare to open fire to kill, because in the crowd it turns out to be quite difficult to distinguish a living person from a zombie. And if they start shooting, they may hit one of the survivors. The young man thought that people were panicking. They were running out of the gym and finding themselves right in a huge crowd of zombies, where they were getting lost. No one could tell who was a friend and who was an enemy. And against this background, people were finally falling into despair. Judging by the abundance of cartridges lying on the road, there was no doubt that someone could not stand it and shot anyway. In the midst of the shootout, bullets hit living people, which contributed to the emergence of new zombies and significantly worsened the situation. It is therefore not surprising that the military's next action was to leave the contaminated area as quickly as possible. They loaded the remaining people onto a ship and sailed away in search of a safer place. The protagonist, sitting in the corner, thought that he was not sure of the absolute correctness of his assumption, but in any case, it seemed plausible. After some thought, he still decided to tell Mr. Oda about what he had managed to find out, based on information from the internet, according to which not only bitten people become converted, but also simply dead people. The young man sat and turned over in his head the words associated with monster and beast. The young man realized that this was how these guys, frozen in horror, seemed to speak about him. He thought that, it would seem, there was no problem. What was so special about it that he should suddenly care what all sorts of scum thought about him? The young man could not get these words out of his head. They touched his heart so much. He thought about Lord Oda, Cade, Yuki, and wondered what they would think if they knew about his power. The protagonist realized that his memory would forever preserve the photographs of the frozen eyes of those bandits who looked at him with inhuman horror, and he wondered what he would feel if people close to him suddenly looked at him with the same eyes. He wondered if the day would ever pass when they would look at him and call him a monster. The guy sat with his back to the window, and the full moon illuminated him from behind. Yanagi decided that he should not tell anyone about this power and only use it in case of emergency, looking at his hand. He remembered how when he was on his way to meet Katie, when the car broke down, when that guy attacked her and tried to hurt her. The boy thought that there was such a moment, and otherwise he should be extremely careful not to accidentally reveal himself. And that, embraced by darkness and loneliness, only the moonlight could he trust his secret to. Someone asked the young man behind the door if he was there. The young man answered in the affirmative, after which the door opened and he was told that Kaede wanted to talk to him about something. The girl, apologizing for disturbing him, asked the gentleman if he was too busy at the moment. The protagonist replied that everything was fine and that nothing had happened, and then thought that after that incident, Yuki took care of Kaede and now constantly tries to be near her. The girl said no. The conversation was probably personal, so she would probably go, and then someone said, okay, to her request to finish and take her to his room. When the girl addressed her, she doubted whether it would sound strange if she said this. The girl Yuki said that everything will be fine. The senpai is kind and will understand everything. Kaede agreed. The girl Yuki said that she would go then. See you soon. Kaede answered affirmatively, remaining alone with Yanagi. The protagonist, sitting on the floor, asked the girl what bad had happened. Kaede replied that she'd been thinking about how she had never had the opportunity to properly express her gratitude to him for what he had done. The guy replied that he had guessed it, and Kaede added that it was not the first time he had had to help her out. Kaede continued, distracted, that he had no idea how grateful she was. True, but at that moment he was something, and still is a little. In general, since then she could not find how to say, words. The girl suddenly said that she felt some apprehension. The guy thought, unfortunately, the reasons for his fear were perfectly clear to him. She was talking about the moment when he had to put pressure on that guy. However, hearing about it directly from Kaede somehow, They both sat in silence. The protagonist heard the girl ask him if she could touch him. The guy responded by allowing her to do whatever she wanted, and she reached out to him with her hand. The young man felt the girl put her hand on his shoulder. He thought about her action. Then she looked at him and suddenly hugged him with both arms. The guy called out to her. The girl apologized, saying that she didn't understand how she could think that about him and why she was so scared, because she had always treated him well. The young man asked the girl if he could stroke her head. The boy heard Katie reply that she was still a little scared, but she thought that if he did this, her fear would disappear completely. The main character said that she didn't have to overcome herself at all. The girl answered negatively, explaining that she didn't like thinking about him in such a negative way, and it made her feel disgusted. The guy opened his mouth but said nothing. The guy put his hand on her head and gently stroked it. Words about a monster and fear were playing in the guy's head, but he continued to stroke the girl. The protagonist heard the girl address him. He responded, asking what was going on. The girl explained that it didn't matter, after which they both fell silent. Kaede, confused, stuttered, and told the gentleman that she was okay now and apologized for making him babysit her like that. The guy asked if she was afraid of anything anymore. The girl, Katie, replied that she was no longer afraid. The boy said that he was calm then. The girl again turned to Mr. Azami, to which the boy answered affirmatively. The protagonist heard the girl offer to repeat, to which the guy agreed. And at that very moment, he asked if he was allowed to pat her on the head. The protagonist was thinking about the dead of night, when he infiltrated the gang's main propaganda point, located in a shopping mall. The guy noted that it was not surprising that the choice fell on him, since it turned out that the building had an extremely successful layout. The main entrance of the shopping center is located directly opposite the parking lot, which allows the base members not only to freely leave the building, but also to barricade the doors with vans in the event of a zombie attack. The young man discovered, upon examining the interior, that there were quite a lot of necessary supplies left in the building, in particular food. All the floors, from the first to the last, were literally stuffed with food. Besides, he had recently heard from Mr. Oda that there was almost no drinking water left in the tanks near the police department. And then he thought, if that was really the case, then why shouldn't they get supplies here, instead of where it was quite safe, and there was plenty of food? After thinking about it for a while, he came back the next day to clean up a bit. It took some time to completely clear the building of zombies and the riffraff that once called themselves a member of a gang. He then set up barricades throughout the interior, as well as on the stairs and escalators, securing all vulnerable areas. Once he had completed this task, stocking up on food containers, he laid out all the provisions on the second floor of the covered parking lot. The boy thought about how simple-minded he had been, but even if Mr. Oda and the others found it a little strange, it would hardly be enough to convince them. He thought that there was nothing more he could do here. If this somehow helped the others survive, then his efforts would not have been in vain. The next day, the protagonist asked Mr. Oda at the same shopping center what he thought. Mr. Oda silently put his hand to his chin, deep in thought. The guy, examining the territory, noticed that the main entrance was securely barricaded. The back entrance was also blocked by steel shutters, and the parking lot was fenced off on all sides by vans. From all external signs, it seemed as if someone had already taken over this place. However, perhaps it only seems that way from the outside. There is no evidence of life here either, one of the guys agreed. Yanagi thought, of course. He had just cleaned up here yesterday. Oda said okay, they'd try to get in then. Yanagi said that if they came from the parking lot, they definitely weren't there, and that he'd go first, and the others would follow. The man said he understood, and told Yanagi he didn't feel comfortable dragging him into this, begging him to be careful dragging him into this, begging him to be careful. The young man approached the van and radioed that the keys to the van were inside, and that it looked like it was still running, so they would try. His plan was to start one of the vans, use it to help Mr. Oda and his team cross the parking lot, then use the same van to block the entrance. Young Oda started shouting at Yanagi to watch out, as one of the creatures had managed to get inside. The boy immediately took out his sharp object and pierced the walking dead man's head. The protagonist heard Yanagi's call to not be distracted and to be more attentive, to keep an eye on things, coming from the radio. He replied that he was sorry, but in any case, he had not met a single zombie here yet. According to Mr. Oda's plan, If zombies entered the territory, they would have to inform the others about it, and then work together to deal with them without reducing the safe distance. The guy wondered if they really thought he could let them do that. He thought that with or without magical power, he could handle things on his own and they wouldn't have to resort to anyone else's help, which would be much better for both his safety and the safety of everyone else. Ahead of Yanagi were three guys in vests with guns. Someone thought that there were boxes of supplies on the second floor of the parking lot, that he was unwell, but first they would try to inspect the shopping center. Oda thought that he was still gnawed by doubts. What if there was someone in the inner rooms? What if these supplies belonged to someone? Then they had no right to just take them and take them. Besides, they didn't need any additional problems. He gave the order to disperse along the entire perimeter. Look into every corner and search carefully. The men confirmed that they had carried out the order. Someone thought about his correct speech and his origin. There seemed to be no one there. No humans. No zombies. Then why was this place so well protected? Someone had done a good job of it, one of the guys thought. He wondered if it could be the military, and if it was possible that all those boxes of supplies belonged to them. It was said that it was unlikely, but in this world, even something like that is possible. It seems that they mentioned that their base is located somewhere nearby. The protagonist heard Oda ask Yanagi what he thought. The guy replied that he didn't even know, since Mr. Oda probably understood all this better than he did. Oda said that it was like this, but added that they still wouldn't be able to walk around the entire shopping center in a day. The young man heard that they were probably done for today. He was told to load all the supplies that he had found in the parking lot into the back of the truck and leave. At that time, Oda was writing something on a piece of paper. The protagonist, standing next to Oda with a box, asked her what she was doing. Oda replied that she was writing a note that she would leave in case anyone missed the supplies. Time was running out now. They would return here tomorrow, and if they managed to figure out what kind of building this was, and if no one was really using it, they would shop here for a while. The young man noticed that no one dared to oppose Mr. Oda's decision, so they tried to fill the truck with provisions with their combined efforts. Today, thanks to the fact that no one interfered with them, there was a place, surprisingly, and they were able to finish everything without panic and haste. The tired faces of the people were lit up with genuine joy at the sight of the truck body filled to the brim. The guy thought that it might even be for the best that they hadn't had time to inspect everything today, because now he had a whole day to secretly bring even more supplies into the shopping center. A truck filled with supplies set off through the dark streets of the city at night. He began to speak so that everyone would listen to him carefully as he had gathered them here to discuss the latest sortie. Oda, sitting in the middle of the large table, said that he would like to hear their sincere opinions about everything that happened today. The girl pulled herself together and said that they were moving to a new place, and she really wanted at least some clothes to remain there. The main character said that there was plenty of such stuff there. The girl, frightened, asked if it was true. The guy answered in the affirmative, explaining that there used to be a shopping center on that site. Many stores rented space there, and Yuki had probably been there before. The boy said that something was wrong, to which Kaede asked what kind of place this was. The protagonist said that it was quite safe there. She shouldn't worry. Mr. Oda thought so too. And besides, there were a lot of provisions there. They could sit inside for a while. They wouldn't even have to make forays to the surface. The girl was happy, expressing satisfaction. The boy said that she didn't seem to have calmed down. The girl Yuki stroked her head and said that yes, she should trust Mr. Oda and his team, and everything will be fine. The girl responded with agreement. The guy said that there was no need to worry so much, and that he could help if anything happened. The girl replied that Katie was worried not only about herself, but about them as well, so they should try not to get into trouble. The guy said that they had persuaded him. The girl smiled sweetly at this. The guy Oda said that this is how it is. No, it won't work that way since all these worries are not to their advantage. On the other hand, he noted that the advantages and benefits of the new monastery significantly outweigh the disadvantages. Oda said that they would wait until all the unrest had died down before they could take action, or at least they would try. The young man learned that after much discussion, Mr. Oda had gathered all the survivors together with a policeman in the main hall to announce the move to them. They were given exactly 1 day to pack, and they were supposed to leave the next day. They spent most of their time arguing about what was best to take with them and how to pack it all properly. The young man felt that between packing, rechecking the shopping center for danger, delivering provisions, it seemed like the day would never end, and Yanagi confirmed that feeling. The guy Oda said that when night falls, they will stop working. Rest a little. You can't work to exhaustion. The main character said that they will transport all the survivors, and then whatever you want with him can be done. The protagonist Yanagi said that, and how they thought he would be with them until the end. Oda thanked Yanagi, saying that he was helping them a lot. The main character saw that they were even transporting their weapons and self-defense equipment. The transportation of the police squad, the surviving women and children, and all the belongings to the new location was finally completed. Then they walked around the mall one more time, making sure everything was in order, and wrapped up the work until the morning. The protagonist only now noticed that among the survivors and the police, including, there were much fewer men, so much so that he and Mr. Odom felt somehow uncomfortable. Having overcome this feeling, they headed towards the cameras. The young man sitting behind bars heard the men's voices asking if it was really necessary for them to take him with them. The young man Oda told Yanagi that not all of them were different, but in general they probably would have to. The boy behind the bars asked about being asked. Yanagi told the boy to keep quiet, and he got scared and moved away from the bars on the floor. The protagonist Yanagi asks how he can be useful to them since he is nothing but trouble. Oda tells Yanagi that he understands what he wants to tell him, which is why he hesitates, and Yanagi asks if it is worth it. The Oda guy says that if they leave him here, and without protection, it will be the same as abandoning a man to his fate. They can't give him weapons from their reserves either. Yanagi says that means they will leave him here to die. The protagonist says that he attacked Kaede and even tried to kill her, and asks if he is sure that they need such a person in the shelter. Young Oda began to pronounce Yanagi's name, wanted to say something, but the guy interrupted him, saying that he had deep respect for him, Mr. Oda. But in this situation, he could not support him. He personally was against it. It was too big a risk. Oda said that yes, he understood that. The protagonist expressed the opinion that he said he was hesitant. However, judging by his words, he was not even considering the option in which they could leave him here, although it would be worth it. Oda agreed that on the one hand, he was right, because the food supply was not endless. The young man suggested that he might do something again, so they would have to provide him with security. Oda replied that he was right. Taking him along was a big risk for all of them, but still. Yanagi stated firmly that he had received enough information and no further discussion was necessary. Oda, surprised by such categoricalness, looked at him questioningly, trying to understand his intentions. The young man noticed how the main character had taken out a weapon and pointed it towards the bars. Oda saw this and started yelling at Yanagi. Yanagi aimed at the boy behind bars, showing his determination. Oda, noticing his actions, tried to stop him, preventing the irreversible. But Yanagi still fired at that very second. The blonde guy behind the bars grabbed his stomach, from which blood was flowing, expressing his extreme bewilderment with questions, and then fell to the floor. Yanagi asked again about the reasons. It was said that it was very obvious. It was his payment for his actions. Suddenly, the men burst in and said what all the noise was about and what had happened. Oda was afraid and confused. Yanagi tried to finish, stammering, but Yanagi interrupted him and said that now they wouldn't have to make that difficult decision themselves. The protagonist, looking back, thinks that he made the right decision. Mr. Oda, in his opinion, should also understand this, because he freed him from having to take on this responsibility, and he won't even have to throw anyone out. People with bad intentions cause much more harm than those zombies. He was convinced of this during his stay in the other world, and recent events only strengthened this thought. The young man thinks that such creatures should be gotten rid of immediately. He wonders if he was wrong, how others will react to his actions, whether they will surely not judge him, because he did nothing wrong. The young man thought that even if his conscience suddenly awakened, he still would not change his mind. As always, he only does what he must. When it was all over, they were able to safely move to a new place. When the others learned about this incident, they only said that it was okay, but they would get more food, and that was the end of it. The girl says that he was gone for a long time, and they were already starting to worry that something had happened. The protagonist said that there were some difficulties. They had to deal with them, and it started raining. But it was still great that they were able to get here without incident. He also said that it was good that they were able to get here without problems. The girls looked at him silently. The girl said that the move was over, so they would go shopping. She invited the cute one, saying that it was not up for discussion. Kaede smiled happily. The protagonist began to speak, expressing his willingness to agree, but did not have time to finish. The girls began to hug, joyfully discussing the upcoming shopping. The young man sitting at the table asked him why he had done it. The boy replied that he had done what he thought was right. Oda asked if he did it just because he attacked Kaede, and if that was the deciding factor. The guy replied that that moment played a certain role, yes, but he did not think that he was worthy of continuing to live. Oda noted that it was like this. The protagonist Yanagi asked, but he was hesitating too, wasn't he? And he was just helping him make the right decision. Oda said indignantly that he could understand if he shot him out of anger or simply lost his temper. But from his words, it was clear that he didn't regret it at all, as if he didn't care about what he did. The youth said that Oda was right. It was a deliberate and considered decision, and he had decided that it would be better to kill him. Oda, asking about the source of such indifference and the reason for the change in his attitude, was interested in his motives. Yanagi replied that such worthless creatures should be disposed of, and that explained everything. The young Oda asked Yanagi if he had ever killed before these people. Yanagi firmly answered that he had killed, and a lot. Mr. Oda looked at him with confusion, not expecting such an answer. He asked if he was joking. Yanagi answered that no, it was true. The protagonist Yanagi said that they would no longer have to torment themselves with the choice of whether to kill or not. He would do everything for them. Oda asked if he could ask why, although he did not know if it would change anything, and asked Yanagi if he was missing something. The boy asked if Oda wanted to know the reason. Most of the time, he killed only in self-defense, but there were certain exceptions, like with that guy, for example. Some people didn't bother him, and some were a threat. There were also many people he killed for those reasons. Oda was shocked. The guy said he couldn't stop, as if this question had touched those strings of his soul that he had been trying to hide until now. He didn't yet know how much he had screwed up by doing this, but he didn't want to lie to everyone anymore. The Uda boy asked Yanagi who told him, and if something like that happened again, what would he do then? He looked at the boy carefully. The main character menacingly declared that next time he would not hold back and would kill without delay. Oda stood up abruptly from the table and said, "That's it." The young man, with tears streaming from his eyes, began to stutter as he said the boy's name. The guy said that in that case, he would have to expel him. The main character, Yanagi, thought that this is how it is. The boy thought that killing those who stand in your way, getting rid of the unnecessary, this ideology is different from what was accepted in the world before, what they have now. But some people, having it, now live among the rest. Mr. Oda could have been one of them, but instead he chose the role of a leader among the crowd of those who do not agree with it. One of the men asked if it was right to just kill him like that. Yanagi replied that it was. Yanagi said that he did it for Oda and Yuki. He reminded them that when they first met him, Yanagi, he was told an important thing, to be responsible for his actions. Yanagi replied that he tries to keep his word. Oda looked at him. The young man also glanced at the boy. He remembered that long ago, while looking for shelter for Kaede, he wandered the empty streets, not knowing where to go, and eventually returned to her with nothing. The guy thought that even then, he considered this shopping center as one of the options for shelter. There's a lot of food there, and even if there is not enough of something, you can always look nearby. It is all safer than just hanging around the street. And it would be easier for the military, if they managed to survive, to find them there. The young man thought that Yuki would be furious. He added that Mr. Oda was saying the right things. The protagonist stated and said that he should let everyone think that he died during the fight with the infected. Oda said that only 4 people know about what happened last night. He's not going to report it to the others, so he thinks that would be the best option. The guy thought that this was in Mr. Oda's repertoire. Early the next morning, while everyone was still asleep, he left the shelter under the pretext of inspecting the remaining supplies. Some of them were planned to be transported to the main building. Immediately after that, he was supposed to leave. As the men carried the boxes, there was a hissing sound on the radio. Yanagi thought it was visitors. He gave the order over the radio to quickly pack up and jump into the van. The young man saw one of the boys tell Yanagi in surprise that he was still there. The other one interrupted him and told him to give it up. It was dangerous there and offered to join them. but Yanagi replied that he was glad to work with them, asked them to take care of Kaede, Yuki, and say hello to Mr. Oda. The girl Yuki greeted Kaede with a good morning, noticing that she was early today. Kaede, in turn, responded to Yuki with the same greeting, expressing surprise at seeing her near her senpai's room, and Yuki asked if she had any business with him. Yuki came into his room and said, "Wow." He was already up, and she wondered where he went. Yuki saw Kaede turn around and run away in fear. In confusion, the girl called her name. One of the girls stuttered to a passing girl, asking about Mr. Azami. The passing girl greeted her politely and explained that Mr. Yanagi and Mr. Oda had gone on a foray to pick up something from the police station, and also, it seemed, to check the supplies. The girl expressed understanding and apologized for speaking so harshly to the girl. Yuki came running after her. The girl Yuki asked Katie why she had scared her by running away so abruptly. The woman replied to Yuki, "Good morning," adding that they were always so friendly, and it was nice to see. Yuki suddenly hugged Kaede and said that Kaede just likes their senpai. She's crazy about him. The girl replied that nothing like that really, asked Yuki again. The girl was cleaning his room. Yuki came to her and said that Mr. Oda and his group had returned, and it seemed they were having some kind of conversation with them. Young Oda, accompanied by two of his police subordinates, approached a group of strangers, attracting everyone's attention. Oda, one of the group members, began to approach. The girl, not hiding her concern, asked where Mr. Azami was, as if his absence bothered her. The Oda boy said that everyone should pay attention because he had an important announcement. The girls both looked at him. Oda clearly mentioned Yanagi, and at that critical moment, everyone present began to tremble inexplicably, indicating deep emotional shock or fear. The girl, overcome with deep surprise, exclaimed when she said Mr. Azami's name. Her reaction betrayed great astonishment or shock. Yuki, shocked by the news she heard, fell to the floor, unable to contain her emotions. Kaede, on the other hand, categorically did not accept this news, refusing to accept it as the truth. The girl, bursting into tears, said that this could not be true, and she categorically did not want to believe it, which revealed her deep shock and grief. The girl Kaede, overcome with fear, mentally said just not Mr. Azami, which indicated her deep concern about his fate. The protagonist mentally turned to the place where he first met Kaede. This memory obviously had a special meaning for him, evoking certain feelings or associations. He thought that he had not been here for a long time, and this memory, perhaps, caused him a slight feeling of nostalgia or surprise. Yanagi recalls that the girl had asked him to pat her head that day, but he never did so. The memory probably haunted him, causing a subtle sense of regret or missed opportunity. The young man, lost in his memories, stood at the door for a while, and then went inside. The guy walked up to the dead man lying on the floor and thought that he had sent his daughter to a safe place. She was in good hands now, and he had nothing to worry about. He could sleep peacefully. The young man scratched the back of his head and wondered if it was her. The boy reflected that several days had passed since then, and that was enough for his heart to be completely filled with sadness and loneliness. He suddenly forgot about all these feelings anymore. They meant nothing to him anymore. From now on, he saw only hungry zombies in front of him. Initially, he planned to calculate the area near the shopping center, to at least ensure the safety of its inhabitants from a distance. However, the more often he encountered zombies on the way there, the stronger his anger towards them and this strange world became. The protagonist looked into their old hideout and walked through the floors. Perhaps Mr. Oda would want to return here for some other reason. The boy reflected that he never considered his decision unfair. He never doubted it for a second. There was no resentment or anger. After all, even after everything that happened, he still respected Mr. Oda and always will. It was much quieter here now. He had done all he could for them, and they didn't need him anymore. The pleasant thought of that made his heart ache. The girl Kaede said that it might sound strange, but she thinks Azami is still alive. Yuki asked Kaede without understanding and looked at her questioningly. The girl Yuki asked why she had such thoughts. Kaede simply answered that it was just her intuition. Yuki asked about intuition. Kaede continued that. Besides, when they met him at the hardware store, it was clear that it was far from the first time he went out alone. It wasn't strange at all that the infected killed him, but not Oda and the other policemen. The girl looked at her with alarm. Yuki said that maybe Kaede was right and hugged her. The girl asked if maybe Yuki knew something. Yuki asked what Kaede was talking about. The girl remained silent, then said that it didn't matter and said goodnight. The girl said goodnight and lay down in her place. Young Yanagi thought that he was killing zombies every single day out of boredom, and all this was not for a noble purpose like saving the survivors. The boy thought that if anyone was still alive, it would only be to their advantage. He killed every zombie that caught his eye, but that still didn't guarantee that they had reached Oda and the others' hideout. The guy thought that after the densely populated area, he began to feel someone's gaze on him too rarely. Perhaps these are survivors or an entire shelter. But now he will not get involved in this. It's not like he cared about human contact, or he'd be on his knees begging Oda to leave him. It's not like he wanted to save people, or he'd be slaughtering zombies with all his might, without thinking about anything else. The protagonist reflected that it wasn't that everyone he saved was a good person, but if they turned out to be villains, his value system would not allow these vile people to stay alive. And yet, he would not want to get into such a nasty situation again, where he would have to take and leave those who value him. The protagonist, going outside, thought it was already morning. Having broken the lock by force, he broke into a shop closed by blinds. The young man asked himself, probably, there used to be a cafe on the place of the shop, and how many zombies are there? Having calculated the territory, he put them in one pile. The guy extended his hand, from which a black magic funnel appeared. The young man pulled his backpack out from the depths of the black magic funnel that had emerged from his hand. After that, he gently lowered himself, resting his head on the backpack, and allowed himself to think. His main task for the next few hours was to wait, in order to spend the time as productively as possible, until the night came, when the conditions for his actions would become more favorable. While the boy was lying there, lost in thought or simply resting, his hearing suddenly caught a certain sound that instantly attracted his attention. He suddenly realized that despite the crowd of zombies surrounding him, he clearly felt the presence of two living people. This discovery, especially in the middle of such a dead mass, was unexpected for him and made him think. The protagonist noticed that at this time, the strangers were talking to each other. One expressed extreme concern, turning to Tateru and asking about further steps. The protagonist realized that by the voices of these guys, they were still young, or even just children, and he himself wondered in his head about what was happening. The boy obsessively wondered if he would be responsible for these strangers later. This thought bothered him, repeating itself over and over until he closed his eyes. At that moment, the image of Cade appeared before his inner eye, as if involuntarily reminding him of past obligations and worries. In his inner image, Katie's image was looking and smiling, but that moment was interrupted when the protagonist suddenly opened his eyes, instantly standing up. He, making a vague sound that expressed his inner decision, informed that their actions were giving the impression that he was purposefully trying to scare someone away. The main character noticed that on the other side of the room, which was filled with zombies, there were two people, a young guy and a girl. The girl and the boy clearly intended to defend themselves from the impending threat. They held a club in front of them as the only means of defense available to them, since the zombies were already practically attacking them, posing an immediate danger. Young Yanagi, having assessed the situation, opened the plastic curtain in time, hiding the space where the boys were. He suggested that they immediately go there, saving themselves from danger, and invited them to go inside the shelter. In response to the call, the guys who were there turned in unison towards the main character. In turn, he, without losing a second, quickly ran straight to them, demonstrating his intention to immediately provide assistance and ensure their safety. Running towards the zombie, he chopped off its head with a swing. At that moment, in order to clear the way and ensure safety, he loudly called out for everyone to move aside. Having finished with the zombies, he quickly turned to the guys and gave them the order to immediately close the passage, ensuring his and their safety. After the passage was closed, a young man, one of the rescued, turned to the protagonist, apologizing and expressing sincere gratitude for saving them. The protagonist in turn expressed concern, asking if they were injured. To this, the young man confidently replied that everything was fine. The young man turned to his companion, whose name was Momo, and inquired about her condition. The girl replied that she was also fine and expressed her sincere, great gratitude for the help they had provided. The main character said that they should leave this place as soon as possible. explaining that the attackers would soon be able to break through the shutters. Hearing such a warning, the girl and the guy became noticeably nervous. The young man and the girl raised their clubs, expressing readiness for defense. The protagonist, looking at them, asked with some doubt whether this was really all their weapons. They confirmed their limitations in weapons. At that moment, the young man, realizing the situation, reached into his backpack, taking out some kind of weapon for self-defense. The protagonist saw how the boy and the girl were clearly indignant. He thought that this was a completely natural reaction to the appearance of a gun, and it seemed that they were now even more hostile to him. It was difficult for him to accept that the person who helped him behaved like this, but he understood that nothing could be done about it. The guy said he would give him a gun, asking if he knew how to use it. He explained that he had to load the cartridges into the magazine and shoot, and if a critical situation arose, just shoot, but handle it with extreme caution. The young man took the gun in his hands. The young man, somewhat embarrassed, looked at the unfamiliar weapon in his hands. Having taken courage, he wanted to say something, but the protagonist, noticing his indecision, briefly asked what was the matter. Yanagi noticed that the other boy, although still cautious, was no longer as wary as before. In response to the offered weapon, the young man sincerely thanked him, saying that he had been greatly helped. The protagonist also thought to himself that, on the one hand, this concerns the girl. He noted that she still demonstrates a hostile attitude towards him. In order to understand her motives, he looked closely into her eyes, studying her reaction. The boy rejected the thanks, explaining that there were still zombies roaming outside, so their current actions were of little significance. However, he assured them that as long as they were here, everything would be fine, giving them a sense of security. Young Yanagi, coming closer, noted that the shutters remained completely closed and there were no signs of damage. Judging by the auras of the infected, the zombies were gradually scattering to the sides. He understood that if they went outside now, they would inevitably become their lunch. The young man introduced himself. His name was Tadaru Hina, and his companion Momo. Then the girl introduced herself, calling herself Hakobi, Momo. The protagonist thought that because of the help he had given in that situation, he would have to take responsibility for their safety. He was tormented by the question of how far he could go with them. After that, the guy introduced himself, calling himself Yanagi Azami, and suggested that they call him whatever they felt comfortable calling him. Tadaru asked Yanagi how he ended up here. The boy replied that he was just wandering around aimlessly and accidentally came across this place. The boy asked what about them, if he just wandered here, and if he was moving around alone. Yanagi replied, sort of, and asked where they were from. Tadaru began his story by saying that they had previously lived in a shelter, but then a zombie attack occurred and they had to leave quickly. From the details Tadaru gave, Yanagi learned that the evacuation center was a school, and it was described as being quite well fortified. The young man continued to say that over time, the situation in the shelter became extremely tense due to a severe shortage of food, and as a result, the internal order began to rapidly collapse. On top of that, an infected person entered the territory, which eventually led to the mass death of many people. The protagonist thought to himself that, apparently, the young man and his companion had not seen their parents since the beginning of the incident. He then replied that he understood and that he was sorry that the young man had to remember this. The young man answered in the affirmative. The protagonist asked again that in any case, they were in no hurry, whether this was true. The young man answered that it was. Yanagi stated that in that case, it would be best for them to stay here until the situation stabilized. He explained that since he had saved them, he did not want them to die immediately after going outside, exposing themselves to danger again. The young man expressed deep gratitude, admitting that he did not know how to thank him for saving them. The protagonist told him not to worry, and then, showing interest, asked how old they were. The young man replied that they were high school students, 16 years old, and asked why he was asking this question. The young man noticed how the guy thought about it, and then said that there was nothing that could concern him. The young man remained silent in response to such an evasive explanation. After a short silence, the young man turned to the protagonist, Yanagi, saying that he had a small favor to ask of him. The protagonist asked what it was. The young man explained, asking if he could help them. Yanagi agreed. The protagonist began to assume that his task was to deliver these people to some safe place. The young man confirmed his guess, saying that he knew where such a place was, and he was sure that it would also suit the protagonist. The young man explained that when cell phones still worked, they could communicate with Momo's parents, and this village was located quite far from the city. Totaro continued his story, saying that Momo's grandfather, who runs a dojo, lives in this village, and that there are a lot of steps there. He mentioned that many villagers had taken refuge there. Totaro then asked Yanagi what he thought about it, and if he could take them there, showing that he hoped he would agree. The protagonist replied that he understood the gist of the proposal. However, he immediately stated that he had one condition. The young man asked what it was. The protagonist continued, explaining that everything he said they must silently and unquestioningly carry out. The protagonist realized that his words had immediately caused the boys to be wary. The young man answered with some doubt that they agreed to accept his conditions. The protagonist expressed his approval, and then the boy and the girl simultaneously looked at him attentively, apparently waiting for the next steps or instructions. Yanagi said that he had to get a car, and the boy and girl had to rest for now. As he left, he sternly warned them not to go outside under any circumstances until he returned. They were already driving in the car. The young man asked the protagonist Yanagi how he managed to find the car. The protagonist explained that the car was parked on the street, and he simply borrowed it. Yanagi asked the boy if he had ever intended to get to such a remote place without a car. The boy, admitting his mistake, answered in the affirmative and apologized. The boy then asked Yanagi if he had ever wanted to find a community where people could come together. The boy replied that yes, he had sometimes thought about it. After the conversation ended, the girl and the boy, who were in the back seat of the car, sat silently. The main character Yanagi, periodically glancing in the mirror and watching them, offered them food, specifying that if they were hungry, they could use his supplies. For most of the journey, the silence in the car was so thick that it seemed to weigh on everyone. In addition, the young people never touched the food that was offered, which only increased the feeling of tension. Immediately upon arrival, they were attacked by a zombie, but the main character Yanagi, with his exceptional reaction, immediately dealt with the threat. He chopped off the monster's head with one movement, ensuring the safety of his fellow travelers. He declared that they would be staying here for the night, and gave strict orders not to leave his side for a single step, and not to leave this place on their own. The young man, addressing Yanagi, expressed his deep admiration, calling him amazing, and noting that he had dealt with the threat alone, after which he asked if he was afraid of being infected by these creatures. Yanagi replied that he was already used to this, tearing off heads. The boy remarked that it seemed like he was already used to it. Yanagi then asked the boy if he wasn't the same, since he also killed many zombies to survive, didn't he? Young Tataru said that he was absolutely right, and yet these creatures frightened him. He admitted that if he had not saved them today, he and his mother would already be dead. To this, the protagonist replied that they were simply lucky, pointing out the chance of their salvation. The protagonist said that tomorrow at dawn, they would continue their journey, but now they needed to rest. The young man asked what about the protagonist himself. The guy replied that he would be in the next room, as he was interested in what was happening outside, and they should not worry about such things, but simply restore their strength. With these words, he left the room. The young man, busy closing the curtain in his room, suddenly caught a sound. This unexpected noise instantly brought him out of his usual state, and he became alert, turning sharply to understand what had happened. Yanagi looked towards the door and saw a young man standing there, hesitating. He asked Tagaru why he had come. The young man apologized for disturbing him and said that he wanted to talk to him. The young Taijuru began to speak, expressing great gratitude for everything he had done, and said that Momo was also incredibly grateful. The protagonist, after listening to him, replied that it was like this, but they had not yet reached their destination, and suggested that they express their gratitude when they were already safe. The protagonist said that next time he would like to hear words of gratitude directly from her. The young man, having started to say something, stumbled and began to stutter, apologizing, but the protagonist, not letting him finish, interrupted the flow of apologies, noting that it was just a joke. The protagonist then asked if that was all. The young man answered negatively and added that what he was about to say had nothing to do with Momo. Tagaru asked Mr. Yanagi with fear in his voice if he had ever killed a non-infected person, but a normal person. The guy, The main character only stared at the young man in response, without saying a word. Yanagi answered briefly and without hesitation that this was what had happened. The young man was even more alarmed by this direct answer, and he immediately asked what he had been thinking about. The protagonist replied that, regardless of reasoning, it happened. He claimed that at that moment he was not thinking about anything, but simply killed because he considered it necessary and sufficient. The young man was in a state of genuine fear and was unable to speak. However, after a short silence, he turned to the protagonist Yanagi, saying that he was truly incredible. In response, the protagonist asked why he thought so. The young man continued, explaining that he himself had not thought so clearly, and again addressed him as Mr. Yanagi. Tataru said sharply that he had committed murders too. The guy, the main character, looked at him carefully. The protagonist Yanagi responded, expressing understanding that this is how it is. The young man continued his story, saying that the two of them hid for a while, and then decided to change locations, and that is when they came across a group of people. At that moment, the mind of the young Tataru was filled with painful memories of a group of people inappropriately touching and undressing his companion Momo, which obviously left a deep traumatic mark. Young Tataru, recalling the details of that incident, continued his story, reporting that at that critical moment he had in his hand a pistol that he had obtained when he was with Momo. He used this gun to kill the people who had bullied his companion, taking revenge for Momo. The protagonist said that the young man had no choice, and that this action was necessary then. He continued that the young man committed murder, but no, on the contrary, he tried his best, was ready for this, and made the right decision. The young man looked at him with wide eyes, as if realizing something. The young man laughed nervously, saying that praising him for killing people was somehow... Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist interrupted him, saying that the world would never be the same again, so it was okay. He noted that it was not like he would enjoy killing. Tataru said that, yes, he felt a little better then. However, he didn't understand one thing. They were supposed to be on guard with strangers, so why was he with him now? This caused him obvious bewilderment. Tataru says, didn't Mr. Yanagi give him a gun, and the boy immediately thought that he could trust him just because of that act, taking it as a sign of trust. The young man continued to say that one would have assumed that he, having provided assistance, could always leave later, but instead he went alone to get the car, then protected them again, and most recently, he also dealt with the infected. The young man continued that even after everything that had happened, Momo still didn't fully trust him, but he thought that with time she would open up to him, showing more trust. The protagonist asked the young man if he wanted to say that he trusted him completely. The young man firmly answered in the affirmative, so he returned the gun to him, held out his hand with it, and apologized for lying then. Yanagi called for a halt and, reminding them of their only gun, ordered them to give it to Momo, but on the condition that he make sure she was careful with it. He then returned the gun to the youth. The young man Tataru, having become the owner of the pistol, expressed his conviction, noting that, as he thought, Mr. Yanagi was exactly the person who could be completely trusted. The protagonist became a little sad, lost in thought. He compared the situation when he confessed to Oda about the murder. He was driven away, and now everything happened completely the opposite. He could not believe that this was how he gained trust. The long-awaited dawn arrived, and the sun rose slowly but decisively over the horizon, appearing from behind the majestic mountains, painting the sky in delicate tones. As the group finally set out, the protagonist Yanagi was deep in his strategic thinking. He was acutely aware that his decision to help these people was now inextricably linked to his responsibility for their safety. The intention to protect them relentlessly until they reached a truly safe haven, similar to how he had previously ensured the protection of Kaede, crystallized in his mind. When they finally reached the city, the main thing that immediately attracted the attention of the protagonist was the numerous corpses. Their heads were not simply split, as it might seem at first glance, but rather, they were strongly and clearly cut, which indicated some powerful and purposeful impact. The protagonist heard the young man suggest that Suzuka-sensei had done this. Then the boy turned to Grandpa Momo, and then, getting out of the car, gave clear instructions to walk next to him and not go far from him. The boy, taking on the role of leader, was the first to step onto the stairs. He began to climb the seemingly endless flights, his movements cautious. He noticed that a rope had been strung between the trees along the stairs, apparently an attempt to slow the zombies' advance. But despite this, the main thing that bothered him in the few minutes he had been there was the constant feeling of someone's gaze on him. Suddenly, a command to stop sounded from above. The young man, hurriedly raising his eyes, could only see someone's legs, which caused him a feeling of bewilderment and immediate alertness. The protagonist discovered that there was a man standing there, holding a gun at the ready, aiming directly at him and the guys nearby, indicating a hostile encounter. The man began to wonder if they were from the city. The protagonist answered affirmatively, confirming that it was, but then asked the man if Suzuka-sensei was here, explaining that his goal was only to bring Tataru and Momo. The protagonist watched as the man smiled at the same moment and asked about Takaro and Momo-chan. The protagonist, clearly confused, asked the young man if he knew the man. The young man answered in the affirmative. The protagonist thought to himself that the man was not so hostile now, and it seemed that the goal had been achieved. Suddenly, the man loudly pronounced Momo's name at that very second. He rushed to embrace the girl, and she, slightly moving away from his embrace, asked the grandfather to wait, noting his excessive loudness and noisiness. The man, shedding tears of joy, said that he was noisy, but at the same time, so glad that she was okay. The protagonist said that Suzuka-sensei was glad to see them. At that moment, the man turned to Takaru, noting that he was also safe, and invited him to come over, repeating the call. Grandpa and Momo put their palms against each other. The girl, Momo, winced and suddenly, completely by accident, leaned her back against the main character. He looked at her, feeling slightly bewildered by this unexpected contact. The protagonist saw the girl turn around and, stuttering, begin to apologize. The guy replied that it was okay and, seeing her embarrassment, suggested that she should openly rejoice. The girl remained silent, twirling her hair around her finger, which clearly indicated her discomfort. Yanagi started to leave. The girl, noticing this, turned around abruptly and called out to him, asking him to stop and where he was going. The guy turned to her questioningly. The protagonist turned around and said that it was safe here, so they didn't need him anymore. The young man raised his voice and addressed the protagonist Yanagi, asking if he wasn't planning on staying here too. He replied in the negative, explaining that his mission was simply to bring the two of them here. Momo, overcome with confusion, asked him to wait. She lowered her eyes to the floor, avoiding direct gaze, and continued that she had not even had time to thank him for everything. The guy, seeing her embarrassment and sincerity, looked at the guys and smiled. Momo stuttered and asked what he was smiling about. The Yanagi guy replied that it was nothing, without going into details. The girl thought about his reaction. At that moment, Momo's grandfather appeared and joyfully exclaimed, calling him Yanagi-kun. Grandpa Momo then asked Yanagi if he had somewhere to go. The boy replied that no, there wasn't really anywhere to go. Then Grandpa said that he could stay here, or at least let him thank him for his deed. In such a ruined world where all the previous landmarks were lost, they really had nowhere to rush to now. The Yanagi boy thought deeply about this statement, and then uttered a hesitant, well, weighing the pros and cons. Grandpa Mo didn't let the guy finish. He immediately said that everything was fine since he had brought them both here, and therefore he shouldn't rush anywhere. The guy remained silent, looking at the man attentively, which probably meant that he accepted his words. The protagonist, suddenly distracted from the conversation, looked to the side and saw people who were armed with weapons. Their appearance in this area was unexpected and required attention. The protagonist looked strangely with some suspicion at the man who stood behind Grandpa Momo. This man, in turn, remained silent, not responding to his gaze, which only increased his wariness. Grandpa Momo says that means their parents had a hard time too, acknowledging their trials. But luckily they both survived, which he thinks is a good thing. Totaro tells Mr. Yanagi that he helped them out tremendously. He emphasized that without him, they would not have been able to get here, expressing his deep gratitude for his help. The protagonist Yanagi saw Grandpa Momo, amazed, express his deepest gratitude and begin to bow. The boy, embarrassed by such a show of respect, asked him to raise his head, explaining that he was only helping. Tataru tells Suzuka-sensei that Mr. Yanagi is amazing and the infected don't scare him at all, but rather delight him. Grandpa Momo laughed and asked, by the way, if it was Yanagi who stabbed that infected in the city. The protagonist replied that every few days the city's residents clean up all the infected who come in, so he's not the only one doing it. However, if that cut was good, he doesn't rule out that it could have been him, the guy explained. The protagonist said that it didn't look like there were that many people here and thought about it. Grandpa Momo said that the locals were scattered, evacuated to schools and other large shelters, which explained the lack of many people. Someone asked about Tataru. He was told that he had gone to the training hall. It seemed that his grandfather was holding classes for him. Momo asked Yanagi if he, Azami, would go too. The boy, after a bit of hesitation, answered negatively, not wanting to join. The protagonist did not have time to finish his sentence when the girl grabbed him by the back with both hands. She uttered a call to go, pushing him. The guy, a little surprised by her assertiveness, agreed. In the gymnasium, Grandfather Momo and the young man Tataru were sitting opposite each other. Grandfather had his eyes closed, while the young man stared at him. Tataru felt a slight excitement, anticipating the beginning of a lesson or expecting an important instruction. The protagonist and Momo entered the gym. He said that he came to see what was happening, but in his opinion, they seemed to have finished everything. Yanagi heard Suzuka-sensei apologize and say that they had finished their morning class quickly. Grandfather then asked Yanagi-kun if he wanted to try something. The boy responded with a confused expression. The protagonist saw his grandfather pointing at something that looked like a club and saying that he was talking about this. The grandfather added that Tajera had told him in detail about how he behaved in battle. The girl standing next to the guy asked if he would risk trying. The hero responded that he was absolutely unwilling to risk causing accidental injury. Therefore, he suggested that they take no action in this direction, demonstrating his responsibility. The protagonist listened as his grandfather said that he heard him. The grandfather continued that no matter what he said, he was still immune to injury. The guy, expressing bewilderment, asked why the grandfather was so sure. The protagonist saw his grandfather grab the boy's shoulder and ask Tagaru if he wanted to watch. Tagaru responded in the affirmative. Momo also said that she wanted to watch too, and then turned to Azami, urging him to join. The protagonist watched as Momo said with a smile, wanting to see her grandfather lose. The grandfather, dumbfounded by such frankness, opened his mouth and looked furiously at the girl, and declared that now he could not get rid of her. The girl loudly addressed Azami, and the guy simply silently watched this funny squabble. The protagonist firmly told his grandfather that he had no chance. The grandfather, in response, expressed obvious concern about Azami, saying that such a development of events was completely unacceptable. He prayed for God's sake for understanding, asking for prudence and restraint. Tsutake asked if Yanagi was sure he didn't mind, since he hadn't opened the bottle only because he was saving it for better times. He apologized and said he wasn't very knowledgeable about it. Sensei pointed out that this didn't mean he didn't drink at all. He was just the right age to try something tasty. Afterwards, the man poured a glass, and Yanagi took a sip. He remarked that it was delicious, and the man laughed and confirmed his words. Yanagi decided to ask why he had been called. Sensei considered his question. Azami asked if he wanted to talk about Takeru. Suzukake decided they'd start with him. They said he'd killed someone that morning. The protagonist replied that he thought so, and clarified what he'd been told. He did it to save his dear granddaughter, so the man said nothing. Scolding him was pointless, but he didn't even thank him. He didn't understand whether he needed to say thank you for destroying a man to save Momo. If he could, he would make him admit his guilt, but he didn't. He has no idea what to tell him. Yanagi replied that he couldn't sympathize with him, but the man needed to know that he had supported the boy and believed he had done the right thing. Then he asked him what he thought. He replied that he understood perfectly well that sometimes hopeless situations happen, but he was still a child, so it was natural that he did not want such an outcome. The protagonist said he didn't know if it was appropriate to talk about this, but he felt like even the concept of a child had changed in today's world. At a young age, many people leave the nest and become adventurers. It may sound strange, but he's asking for support for Takeru. He's sure Takeru is still suffering from his actions. It doesn't matter whether it was right for him to destroy a man. Although Yanagi still believes he acted fairly, his support will make life a little easier. And it will be good for his granddaughter. Suzuka-che remarked that the protagonist was kind. But he replied that he was mistaken. He only brought them because he had to save them and felt a certain responsibility for them, precisely because he had saved them. Sensei smiled and said that was kindness. He also added that he understood and would talk to Takeru again. Yanagi thanked him. After that, he tried the treat and, looking at the man, asked if he wanted anything else. His question first stunned the man and then frowned, after which he said it was hard for him to ask him to do such a thing, but he was asking them to leave their territory. These words made the protagonist freeze. The protagonist recalled the events that had happened to him earlier. Suzukake added that, of course, they themselves had told him not to rush, and that he sounded like a complete egotist. At that moment, Yanagi's quiet laughter rang out. He apologized and said the man's expression made it seem like he was starting to worry about them. He was about to leave anyway. Suzukake asked him again. The protagonist asked him if he remembered, then almost said goodbye after bringing the boys home so he shouldn't worry. The man doubtfully reminded him that he'd detained him. Yanagi asked him to explain why he was being kicked out. Suzukake replied that a gang had once come to town. At first, they thought they were simply people who had fled a larger city to escape the infected. But they turned out to be no refugees at all. They were marauders. When one of their shelters was destroyed, they decided to take the terrible step of opening fire, and after many wars, they were forced to flee the city. From then on, they decided not to accept outsiders into their lands. Yanagi asked why he'd told him to stay. Sensei asked if he really had to tell him. After all, it was because he'd brought his granddaughter home with him. Both Momo and Takeru wanted him to stay. They couldn't just say goodbye, and he understands why they like the protagonist so much. He himself doesn't care when he leaves, but his will isn't the will of the entire city. He tried to intercede for him, and some townspeople even supported him. But in the end, they decided it was best for him to leave. Yanagi replied that this was nothing surprising. He noticed the man's face and asked him why he was so downcast. He thought the problem was that the townspeople were so ready to quarrel with each other over such a stupid reason. So he decided to check whether Takeru and Momo could stay here together. Suzukake confirmed it, and Yanagi added that it wasn't just staying. He needed confirmation that the townspeople would treat them equally. The question isn't about his feelings, but what the townspeople will say. Suzukake asked him not to worry. He's speaking with them. The protagonist replied that he had nothing more to say then and, noticing the man's gaze, asked what had happened. He apologized for the rudeness that might come across. He still thinks Yanagi is a kind person. Takeru and Momo were lucky to have met him. He replied that in this world, survival doesn't depend solely on luck. Therefore, he hopes the children will understand. The man said he will definitely tell them. They were shocked by these words and did not believe it when they heard it, so they immediately ran to Yanagi to humbly accept the departure announced from his lips. The protagonist talked with them until late into the night. Although it was hard to call it a conversation, silence took up most of the conversation. The situation might not have been very pleasant, but seeing their faces saddened by the farewell to the man they had met only recently, he felt something akin to joy. The next morning, he visited the dojo, ready to fight. Not at his grandfather's request, but of his own free will. They stood facing each other with wooden swords. He imbued his wish not only with the anger evoked by the memory of his master, who had also hurt his feelings by driving him away, but also with a simple desire to apologize for abandoning his children, abdicating his responsibility for them. Grandpa probably thinks he's just trying to pick a fight. He has no idea what kind of anger is raging inside him. Yanagi apologized and said he didn't need the equipment. He hadn't planned on leaving beaten, so they could start the fight that way. Suzukake said he was underestimating him, but agreed. The protagonist replied that he didn't mind if he was serious about hitting him. After these words, the opponent immediately struck him with a swift blow. Yanagi was amazed by his speed, but felt he was holding back. So he asked him to strike without thinking about anything, without holding back. Suzuki asked him not to regret allowing him to leave wounds on himself. They froze opposite each other, awaiting the attack. At one point, Suzukake quickly approached the protagonist. Yanagi thought he closed the distance without moving his body. From here, it might even seem as if he hadn't moved at all. He wondered if he'd begun to take the fight seriously. At one point, the wooden sword almost struck the protagonist's head, but then fell to the floor. Yanagi counterattacked, bringing his weapon to the old man's throat. Lowering his sword, Suzukake realized what was happening in shock. The The protagonist said that kendo usually doesn't end with one match, but he suggested they stop there. The old man replied that what he had done was incredible. He admitted he had lost, but it was hard to even call it a proper match. He knew he was no ordinary man. The city's inhabitants had made a fatal mistake in deciding to exile him, after which they bowed to each other. Later, they stood near the stairs, the protagonist ready to leave. Momo asked him if he really could walk. He confirmed it and told her to take care of herself. Karaher said he was truly grateful, but the man asked him not to worry and to take care of himself. The boy was visibly upset, but the protagonist cheerfully asked him to protect the girl and patted him on the head. Kakeru accepted this and added that he would strive to become as strong as Yanagi. But he replied that he didn't necessarily have to become like him. He had to remain himself. Afterwards, he thanked his grandfather for his concern, who replied that he should be thanking him instead. But the protagonist said it wasn't worth it, and thanked him for the delicious food, pointing to the katana hanging from his belt. He also expressed his gratitude for it. He noted that it was finely crafted and would take good care of it. Sensei asked if he was sure he didn't need a pistol, to which Yanagi replied in the negative. Suzuki replied that nothing less could be expected of him. If he had stayed in the city, perhaps they would have had nothing to worry about. He replied that they were flattering him. The old man said, on the other hand, what was he supposed to do in this remote place? Yanagi asked him to take care of himself, too. He was leaving the children with him. Sensei also added that he might not need his words, but he should take care of himself, too. Suzuki added that he wasn't worried about the protagonist, which the latter found interesting. He then turned around and prepared to leave. The concerned boys asked him to be careful and continue living. He turned towards them and agreed with them, after which he began to descend the stairs, which were blocked by ropes. A car was waiting for him downstairs, and he climbed behind the wheel and immediately set off. The car moved quickly along the road. He felt the heavy gazes on him. From all sides, he got into the car and left the city. Oda-san and grandfather managed to maintain their sanity, despite their difficult situation and criminal tendencies. You could say they're good people, even if their personalities are quite different. Oda-san would condemn the destruction of a human being. He's ready to save everyone around him, even those he barely knows. Grandfather, on the other hand, isn't above destroying people to save his city. He's willing to abandon those who need his help. He can't say which of them is right. From the standpoint of preserving his neighbor, the grandfather is certainly right in his convictions. But if they had shared his position, Takeru and Momo would have been long gone. He understood that rejecting the hand of someone in need was merely an act of self-preservation, but it could lead to dire consequences. Right now, the city has enough food. What will happen when that's no longer enough? Will they simply start destroying outsiders to protect their city? Or will they become more like marauders? The protagonist respected Oda for trying to make amends for his past by helping strangers. He was confident the man himself understood that his past actions weren't pure evil, but he chose to help people instead of abandoning them. Yanagi thought that was incredibly cool. Of course, he doesn't mean to imply that all of Oda's attempts to improve will lead to anything good. No one can deny the negative consequences of some of his actions. His rational decision not to leave the man destroyed by his hand seems even more strange and incomprehensible to him in light of what he saw in his grandfather's city. He's excellent at spotting other people's hidden intentions. Yanagi doubted he'd ever turn to violence. If only he were as strong as him, that would be a different story. The man was dissatisfied. Even with his strength, he didn't try to save people like Oda did. He thought back to when he was sleeping peacefully in bed. Here, Oda and Lindau even have a bit of a similarity. They're both filled with a sense of justice and try to help others. They're also unexpectedly gentle people. A few weeks had passed since Yanagi had left his grandfather's city. He found himself near Oda City again. A conversation with his grandfather about marauders had given him some thoughts. It seems Oda is still accepting refugees. Yanagi may have brought them food. But even with the growing population, they can still survive for a while. But the main character was worried about something else. Whether the marauders would take advantage of Yuki, Kaede, and the other girls. Perhaps he was overly concerned about them. But he had to check out the current state of affairs in the city. He walked slowly through the empty streets. Along the way, he stopped at the store where he'd once met Kaede. The ground floor was almost empty of items, like generators and iron pipes. He hoped they'd been useful. On the third floor, where the girl slept, almost nothing had changed. He thought no one had come here. He went inside and saw an empty room. He was curious about her, hoping she wouldn't get sick again. He was only worried because getting sick in their conditions was a real problem. He walked to the next door. He didn't sense any presence except for a couple of people. He noticed them as he walked down the street, peering out of windows. Perhaps they had come here after he cleared the area of zombies. Judging by the condition of the road, it's easy to navigate even without extra gear. Although he'll need a sufficient supply of provisions, he feels that even an ordinary person could make it this far. He realizes that Oda is nearby. Yanagi changed into a suit and put on a motorcycle helmet. He hoped everything remained unchanged. What he saw when he peered out from the corner shocked him. In the distance, the sound of gunfire could be heard. The protagonist quickly began moving in the direction of the sound. In a few leaps, he found himself on the roof of a building. He began to carefully look around and noticed what was there. He saw that one of the cars had broken through the wall of the building and several minibuses were parked near the fence. The following events took place about a month ago. A week had passed since Azami's departure. The new refugees began arriving. Kaidi heard that Akima had stumbled upon the search party by chance, not far from them, while their men were foraging for provisions. He'd asked for shelter and brought Shu with him. As a former soldier, Akima has a lot of experience, which he actively uses on sorties and when performing dangerous work. Just like Azami did. The girl remembered the protagonist. They were sitting at the table, plates in front of them. Shu was wondering how his father was. Kaide patted his head and said she was sure he was okay, especially since Oda was with him now. Yuki also looked at the boy with concern. Afterwards, she patted him on the head and told him everything was fine, since he himself had said how cool his father was. Shu said his father really was very strong. A sick person definitely couldn't defeat him. The girl's hands froze on his head, causing the boy to call out to Katie. She apologized and said she just flinched. He'd just been praising his dad really loudly. She patted him on the head again, and Yuki worried about her. Later, Ikema arrived and asked his son if he had behaved well. The boy happily hugged him. The girls greeted him and said they were glad he was okay. It was only natural for him, with Oda by his side. He noticed that the number of sick people was decreasing, and there was almost no work. He recalled what he had seen happening on the streets during his reconnaissance. He thanked the girls for looking after his son. Kaide replied that it was the least they could do. Ikemu wondered if he had done anything wrong. Yuki replied that he had behaved well, causing the boy to frown. Laughing, the man thanked them, glad they were there. Yuki replied that it was funny, like having a little brother. Kaide agreed and asked him not to worry about them so much. As darkness fell, thunderclouds rolled over the city, followed by heavy rain. People began to slowly gather on top of the building. They used the downpour to wash themselves, as if in a shower. The girls took turns lathering themselves up and discussing it. Later, they all gathered at the table, small plates in front of them. Shu ate sloppily and got rice all over himself. Kide wiped him up. During the day, the men were busy with various tasks, unloading trucks with food, sorting out supplies. The girls watched as a group of people entered the building. They approached the man or asked him if something was wrong. He replied that the refugees, although he wasn't sure he should call them that, were generally not the most pleasant people. They asked them if they could hand over weapons, but they refused. In exchange, they gave them some food and they returned home quietly and peacefully. On the other hand, their feelings are understandable. He hopes that even this small amount of help has at least softened their spirits a little. Kaede remembered the protagonist's words about the man still being so trusting. She smiled, and Oda asked her what had happened. She replied that it was nothing. She silently thought about what Azami would have said to him if he were still with them, and it seemed she wasn't the only one who thought so. Yuki smiled slightly too, but she couldn't figure out what was causing that strange rustling in her chest. When they went to bed, Yuki told Shu that he was surrounded by stunning beauties, a true Superman. Kade asked her not to tease the boy and asked him if he was okay with it. He replied that everything was fine. He was a strong boy. Ikeda explained that the child's mother had passed away during the pandemic, but they were unable to ask him for details. Kade was certain something terrible had happened. Or perhaps she'd been attacked right in front of Shu. Or perhaps Ikeda had been forced to kill his wife when she became infected. She noticed that the boy had already fallen asleep and suggested that Yuki go to bed too. They continued to lie in the room, but Yuki couldn't sleep. She decided to tell Cade not to take on too much. She was always there when there was only one worry. The girl replied that she was always caring. Yuki laughed and added that she could care even more. Katie smiled too and thanked her. Looking at the ceiling, she called out to the girl. She asked her what had happened. Kaidi replied that nothing had happened and wished her good night. And Yuki wished her good night in return. Night had fallen outside. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, causing everyone to jump, trying to figure out what was happening. They stared ahead in horror. Just at that moment, a passenger car crashed into the building, breaking a glass window and sending shards flying in all directions. A man emerged from the car and began firing a pistol at the ceiling. Yuki, startled, asked what was going on. The man with the wild eyes spread his arms wide and shouted for everyone to be good and they wouldn't touch them, so they had to surrender. Other people appeared next to him, emerging from the approaching cars. They began shouting menacingly, asking why everyone was silent. The children huddled together in fear. The girls screamed in terror and people in the building heard an alarm signal that said they needed to evacuate. In the shopping center parking lot, the men realized that looters had arrived and needed to be more careful. They asked all residents to calmly proceed to shelter, not to fuss, and to do as they had been instructed. The group moved around the building, and the girls brought the boy in. Yuki pointed out where to go, and they told Shu that everything would be fine. Now there was a staircase ahead, a quicker way to the top. Shu remembered his father telling him he was on duty outside in the parking lot tonight. He'd asked him to be a good boy, stay with the girls, and wait for him. Remembering this, he let go of Katie's hand and, with a frightened expression, ran toward the parking lot. The girl called after him. She ran after him, noticing that Yuki was heading their way too. The man was shouting at them that it was dangerous there. At some point, the girl managed to catch up with the boy and grabbed him. Yuki came running and shouted at them that they should go back. Just then, the glass next to them shattered. Men with guns entered the building and shouted at them to get out. They hid around the corner, but the men began moving around the building, realizing they had nowhere to run. Kaide begged Shu to sit quietly and be a good boy. Her voice was heard, and, pointing their guns to the side, they told the people around the corner to come out with their hands up. But a policeman appeared before him, asking him to calm down. He said he was willing to listen to these conditions. Seeing him, the looter only became more enraged. Without hesitation, he shot the man in the neck. The terrified girls only clamped their mouths shut tighter, not making a sound. The policeman fell to the floor. The marauders said they could have taken him hostage. They needed to think clearly, but now all they had to do was finish the man off. Another gunshot rang out, startling the children. Standing atop the building, Yanagi watched the scene unfold. He heard numerous shots from various pistols. It seemed the carnage had already begun. Refugees had gathered on the roof, apparently taking refuge there during emergencies. All the sounds of the struggle were coming from the parking lot. The looters hadn't reached the roof. The guys had chosen their hiding spot well. He studied the people carefully. Faced with the events unfolding before his eyes, he couldn't immediately rush to help. When he was at the police station during that incident with the bandit group, he robbed Oda and the others of the experience befitting this world. He used to think that way, and it caused internal conflict. Furthermore, he was hesitant to display this power in front of everyone. Thinking back to the people, he wondered what there was to doubt. Perhaps by showing his power he would inspire fear, or perhaps lives would be lost. When you weighed on the scales, which side will outweigh? He was thinking about things that, it turned out, weren't even worth thinking about. He was sickened by his own cowardice. There is more than enough dirty experience at this point. These shots must be deeply etched into the consciousness of those present. He jumped down. Landing calmly, he, holding the sword, headed towards the building, in the broken glass of which stood a car. The marauders discussed how much better he was. There was no shelter, so they could slowly corner him. One of them hoped the women they'd seen on the roof were all right. Another added that if they had surrendered right away, everything would have been simpler. They gave up so easily. They probably had plenty of supplies and found a good place. Meanwhile, the protagonist overheard their conversation. He stood on the roof of the car, saying that he now realized they were definitely marauders. One of the frightened people immediately opened fire on him, but the bullets did not hit him, as if they had frozen around the protagonist's helmet, after which not a single shot could even penetrate his defenses. He continued to stand calmly on the car, holding his sword. They were shocked, having been unable to do anything. Yanagi said it wasn't bad and seemed plausible. From this conversation, there was no doubt they were marauders. But these guys, in a sense, seem to have adapted to this world. They are willing to destroy people without hesitation if necessary. And they do so for their own desires. They continue to attack him. A large number of bullets lay at his feet. From his point of view, their spirit was somewhat appealing. But he still decided to draw his sword. Ready to attack, pointing his sword towards them, he asked if they were ready to be destroyed. With one swift movement, he destroyed both opponents. Before they could do anything, he was behind them. He heard a noise, and their partners started asking over the radio what was going on. They realized some strange guy was approaching. They panicked and shouted for everyone to shoot. However, their shots missed him. He quickly dispatched them all, telling Marauder that calling him a weirdo wasn't very nice. Then he swung his sword, literally slicing his opponent's body in two. A grimace of horror froze on his face. One of the remaining marauders fell to the ground and watched the scene. When the protagonist noticed him, he froze. Yanagi used his constant battlefield skill. He could see everything in this building. The looters were likely attacking from the escalator, the emergency stairwell, and the multi-level parking garage. They needed to get up the escalator first. Apparently, everyone on the 6th floor, where the stairs lead to the roof, had formed a last line of defense before the restaurant area. The first priority was to secure the 6th floor. He moved through the building, eliminating the invaders. He realized that if he acted differently, cleaning up later would be a problem. He admits he wasn't cool enough. He was so angry with them that he couldn't even imagine such a thing. He noticed a man aiming a gun at him on the floor above. One of them was wearing a Special Forces helmet. It seemed he was already registered in the permanent battlefield. Perhaps he was an ally. The feeling of a constant battlefield registered with everyone he knew during his time in the shelter. It's possible that new refugees have appeared since then. You can't just kill everyone indiscriminately. Although the invaders use appropriate words and actions, it won't be difficult to distinguish them based on the situation. Besides, they always attacked him. So he dealt with each of them in a few movements, trying not to create a lot of dirt to clean up. Yanagi realized the police from the upper floors were watching with hostility and fear. They saw numerous bodies and one suspicious man standing among them. No wonder they're looking at him like that. He's got a real thirst, and they could shoot him at any moment. Well, they could. His former comrades looked at him with hostility, and this couldn't help but stir his emotions. He realized that everything was over here and ran on, encountering new opponents along the way. Meanwhile, the police held back the looters, saying they had to be stopped at all costs. They stood at the top of the stairs, shielding themselves from bullets, saying they had to be prevented from reaching the roof by any means necessary. One of them was wounded. They asked him if he was okay. He tried to crawl away, while another offered cover. But the enemy managed to strike one of the defenders and quickly ran up the stairs. Running up to the wounded men, they pointed their weapons at them, causing them to look at them in fear. But at that moment, the protagonist appeared behind them, drawing his sword. With one blow, he dealt with his opponents again, giving them no chance. The people on the floor froze in place, looking at him. One of them, horrified, raised his pistol and ordered him to stop. The protagonist lifted his helmet visor and said he had a terrible face. He was stunned to see Yanagi hiding under the helmet. The man told him they hadn't seen each other in a while. Oda wondered why he was there. Seeing his enemies defeated, he looked at the protagonist. His face was filled with confusion and relief, as well as a hint of pain. Oda and the other policemen must have been fighting as looters. Otherwise, these ruthless people would have long since seized everything. That means most of them today, at this very moment, were wounding and killing living people. Perhaps this is what Oda was thinking. Before his eyes, a sea of annihilated people. Even if it was necessary, he too had become a part of it. And now he was overwhelmed by emotions with no outlet. Yanagi said he probably had a ton of questions, but the details could wait. He'd already killed everyone at the escalator. So, that left the multi-level parking lot. Oda paused and replied that the 6th floor of the parking garage had initially been completely blocked from the front and back. There were no signs of intrusion yet, but Kotono and Kaede, two of his subordinates, had followed them. But there was still no contact with them. He remembered the man promising to take care of them. There was nothing he could do. The protagonist said it seemed there was no time, but he wondered if any new refugees had appeared since he'd left. The man replied that there were only two people, a boy of about 10 and his father. The boy hadn't yet evacuated either. His father was standing guard in the parking lot, but the connection had been lost. Yanagi replied that he understood, meaning everyone else was an enemy. He added that they needed to focus on defense, and he would take care of the rest. He had no intention of leaving anyone alive. He was determined to exterminate every last one. Thanks to the information, he learned of new refugees. One of them was a child. The other had most likely already left. Then there's no need to stand on ceremony with those below the 5th floor. All that remains is to learn the fate of the 5 missing. Several presences surrounded 2 of them. Perhaps they were 2 subordinates who, judging by everything, had been discovered and were hiding. He found himself among a crowd of marauders who immediately recognized him and decided to deal with him. However, the protagonist attacked each of them and reached his subordinates. He told them to stay hidden while he went to find Kaede, Yuki, and the child. They tried to find out who he was, but he had already moved on down the corridors. He heard some noise and realized it wasn't coming from his subordinates. Most of the marauders had been destroyed, but the survivors must have noticed him. However, they most likely wanted to get the woman, which meant they wouldn't be touched just like that. He wanted them alive. He stopped abruptly, noticing a reaction. It was Katie, Yuki, and another child, probably the same one still alive. He carefully headed in that direction, trying to figure out where it was. Entering the room, he saw the policemen who had been knocked down earlier. There were also people sitting in the distance near the shelves. He made out who they were. Kaede sat in front of everyone, her hand stained with blood, a pistol lying next to her. Behind her were 2 others. A few dozen minutes ago, a man tried to find out on the radio what to do and where backup was. He was told about a strange guy, but he didn't understand what had happened. Later, they stopped responding, and the connection was lost. He told his partner that they were hearing that some strange guy had appeared and that they needed to go help. They were told to drop everything immediately and move quickly. It seemed like they were genuinely panicking. After that, they continued down the hallway, declaring that they needed to hurry. The children were left alone in the room, and Kite said everything would be fine and asked if he could remain quiet. The boy nodded and apologized to the girls. They both patted his head again and told him everything was fine. Suddenly, Kaede told Yuki that the protagonist was definitely alive. The girl was surprised and asked what she meant. Suddenly, they heard footsteps behind them, and they turned around sharply to see a policeman approaching them. It was the same man killed earlier by the marauders. His face was already distorted, and he slowly approached the terrified girls. Yuki was closest to him, pressed against the wall and screaming at them to leave. Kaede realized what would happen if things continued like this, so she quickly rushed to attack the police officer, pushing him, causing him to fall and her hand to reach for the gun in his holster. She quickly grabbed it and pointed it at the police officer's head. Then she shot him straight in the head. She remembered Yanagi saying that even if he hit her in the head, she shouldn't relax. If he stopped moving, she needed to finish him off with another shot. So, she continued to hit him and then, out of breath, she stopped. Looking at him, she apologized, because he'd been so caring and worried, and then he'd come for them. The gun in her hand was still hot, and her hands were shaking. But she'd managed it. She'd managed to protect them. Exhausted, she fell to the floor, startling the others. Well, at that moment, she noticed that part of her arm had been bitten. First, her eyes widened, and then she looked at the policeman. At that moment, they heard footsteps, and the girl jumped up, grabbing the pistol next to her. The protagonist appeared before them. He was wearing a helmet, but the girls recognized him immediately. Wide-eyed, they called out to him, and he said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Kied was glad he was actually alive. Azami replied that there were almost no marauders left, so there was no need to worry about them. But more importantly, he noticed she'd been bitten. Yuki screamed that she'd been protecting them. Turning away, the girl said the clothes he'd given her were ruined. He replied that it didn't matter and she shouldn't worry. She added that she had managed to destroy the infected and asked for praise. Looking at the policeman, he removed his glove and said that she had protected Yuki and the child. Afterwards, he stroked her head and told her she was doing well, and she burst into tears, saying she'd been bitten. She didn't know her mother was in so much pain, too. That her mother probably felt the same way. She decided to ask the man for one thing. Actually, she wanted two, but he had already stroked her head. He asked her to tell him, so the girl asked him to destroy her. He recalled past events. The girl continued that she did not want to become a zombie, but she could not commit suicide. She really is too weak, good for nothing. Yuki and the boy were shedding tears off to the side, but the protagonist stood up and agreed with her. He turned to the girl, a black ball of energy beginning to form above his hand. He stood and looked down at her. Pulling a bottle out of the darkness, he said she promised to obey him in everything. First, she had to drink what he'd gotten. Yuki tried to find out what had happened. He replied that he'd explain later. Kaeri clarified that she should just drink it. He agreed and said he hadn't tried it yet, but they said it was incredibly nasty. He put the bottle to her mouth, after which she drank it and said it was very bitter. She wondered what it was. It was an elixir from another world, a rare concoction crafted from the tree of the gods. He'd saved it for the battle with the demon, but he'd never used it. It lay idle in his inventory. He doesn't know how it will affect the people of this world or how to explain it. Suddenly, the girl's face distorted. She began to moan loudly, and at that moment the wound on her arm began to grow new flesh. She was amazed by this and asked the man again if this medicine could prevent zombie infestation. He said the wound had healed, but frankly, it's not a given that this will stop the transformation. And what the outcome will be is also unknown. He understood her sense of readiness, but once she drunk it, he wouldn't touch her as long as she remained human. If it didn't work and she became a zombie, then he would be obligated to end her life. So he asked her if she agreed with this. At first, the girl thought about it, but then, smiling, she agreed with him. At that moment, the sun began to rise outside. Later, they all gathered at the table. They were shocked by the fact that everything they saw in the corridor was done by Yanagi alone. It was hard to believe, but the fact was, all the attackers had been eliminated. It was true. He'd seen the man at the emergency staircase wipe them all out in the blink of an eye. His subordinates guarding the elevator said the same thing. The people at the table looked at the protagonist in surprise. Oda decided to thank him first. If it weren't for him, they likely wouldn't have been able to protect everyone. Yanagi calmly replied that might be the case. Silence fell over the table. Immediately afterward, people arrived. He told them to hide in case the marauders were still alive. But it seemed they couldn't sit still. On the way to meet the Oda people, seeing the mountains of people at the shopping mall, Kaede seemed to be holding back her nausea and covered her mouth. And Yuki even seemed to throw up a little. When he admitted that he did it, everyone walking with him looked at him with bewilderment. Afterwards, they went with the others to check on the people who were supposed to be guarding the multi-story parking lot. Unfortunately, the policeman on duty there was no longer there. It was the father of the child Yuki was holding, also dead. He told the children everything he could find. Their eyes were filled with pain. Shu, hearing this news, couldn't hide his shock. But he didn't burst into tears or scream. Perhaps he'd already been prepared for this even in that room. Yuki broke the silence, asking the elders to explain clearly what was going on. At first, the men remained silent for a while. She didn't understand why they'd lied to her about Yanagi losing his life. He replied that he'd asked Oda to do it himself, but she didn't understand why they'd do it on purpose. He replied that there were various circumstances, and they didn't know how to explain it. Oda replied that it was his fault, that he had exiled Yanagi. Yuki repeated his words. The man asked the protagonist if he could tell him everything. He nodded silently. Oda told everyone present that he had destroyed the man who had attacked Kaede so many times before. He had said he would destroy him again if it happened again, and that was why Oda had banished him. Oda added that he made the wrong choice, and no matter how much he apologized, it wouldn't fix it. And most importantly, he wanted to thank him. Yanagi replied that he believed the decision was fair. Besides, he'd already thanked him earlier. The man replied that wasn't the issue. He'd been thinking something was wrong ever since he disappeared. When they went to the hardware store, there were so many supplies on the ground floor that one person definitely couldn't carry them all. And from that day on, the streets were littered with the infected, their heads missing, lying on the side of the road. The men fell silent again. When Yanagi instantly destroyed those guys before his eyes today, looking at them, he realized, and was convinced that all the infected outside were also his doing. The protagonist guessed what he was talking about. That's why he had that look on his face when he looked at him by the emergency staircase. He was thinking about it. It was probably the same with this shopping center. They owed the protagonist a great deal for all those supplies. Yanagi replied that he'd done it because he wanted to. He didn't need thanks, but Oda thanked him again anyway. He knew an apology wouldn't do, but what could he do? Yanagi replied that there was nothing he needed to do. If anything, he'd just like to become a little more suitable for this world. That was enough for him. Oda paused, and then called out to Yanagi. After these words, silence fell again, broken by the protagonist, who turned to Oda. He said he was also wrong and apologized, then took a sip from his glass. The man replied that he had nothing to apologize for. But Yanagi disagreed, as he had been concealing this power. The table fell silent. What he said to Oda that day is true. But he didn't reveal his power. He was afraid to show it. And then the words flowed out of him. He hid this incredible, impossible to possibly in this world power. The fact that with this power he had destroyed that entire semi-criminal group, and the fact that because of this he was even more afraid to show his power. Yuki asked if he always had it. He replied that they might not believe it, but he'd gained this power shortly before the pandemic. He also explained that a few days before the pandemic, on that cold night, he'd been transported to another world. In that world, although it was inevitable, he destroyed many of his own kind. It may sound like nonsense, but it's true. He spent 3 years there, and, when he returned, he found that a month had already passed since the beginning of the pandemic. Oda clarified that his destruction of so many people was also connected to his experiences there. The protagonist agreed. Kaede placed her hand on Yanagi's leg. He added that the fact that he felt no resistance when destroying people hadn't changed. He was simply too used to it. He wanted to say something else, but Oda interrupted him, saying that he understood what he meant after today's events. He remembered what had happened to people. In this world, as it had become, he lacked resolve. He had learned the hard way that senseless malice must be dealt with harshly. He realized that saying so now would be terribly selfish, but he still decided to ask the protagonist to work together again. If he wanted, he'd like him to become the leader. Yanagi replied that he wasn't the type to be a leader. Besides, he generally respected him as a leader, except for his softness. The man laughed and said it was harsh, but he'd work on it. But he wanted to clarify whether his answer was positive. The protagonist replied, if the others were okay with it. Plus, there's Kaede. That would be perfect for him. He hasn't told Oda and the others yet that the girl was bitten. He's already told me about the other world, about the box of items, and about the elixirs he brought back from there. He's going to explain all of this. He'd tell him that later, too. The man understood and said that first, he needed to apologize to everyone and that he'd join him. Yanagi replied that he'd join them too. Rising, Oda apologized again, but was nonetheless glad to have him back. Afterward, the men shook hands. The main character struck a mini-truck that was parked near the fence, causing it to move to the side. After he finished reporting and apologizing to the other refugees and the police, he turned his attention to providing security at the mall. The remnants of the marauders could still be hiding inside, or zombies, attracted by the sound of gunfire, could have infiltrated from outside. Using his senses, he explored every corner to ensure safety, and while blocking the stairways and entrances on each floor, although this may have attracted attention, he used machines and other objects to construct barricades that could not be built by hand, strengthening the defense of the center. All the refugees were on the 6th floor and above. As they expanded the safe zones, people gradually descended, and together with refugee volunteers, they carried the bodies left in the center to the multi-story parking garage. Oda assigned this task to the refugees as well, apparently so they would understand the determination required to survive in this world. Although he hadn't forced anyone, many of the refugees had called for a wash, and Yanagi couldn't help but think that perhaps he had underestimated these people a little. The reason why he was exiled, and that he killed the marauders, when he told about it, people looked at him in shock and fear. The protagonist expected exactly this from them. but one of the men remarked that he had saved them anyway. Wasn't that enough? Yanagi was surprised by these words, and everyone present began to wonder what had happened. They began approaching the protagonist one by one, conversing with him. Soon they began smiling at him, and Yanagi smiled back. Later, the man entered the room and apologized for taking so long. There were girls inside who greeted him. He asked if they were okay. Kaeri replied that so far everything seemed fine. During her work, she was isolated in the staff room on the 6th floor, with Yuki monitoring her, and tasked with immediately reporting any changes by radio. About 6 hours had passed since the bite, but no zombification had been observed. Shu was sleeping next to Yuki, and she said he'd been crying all along. She asked if it was right to show him his father's body. He replied that it was the boy's wish, to realize that his father was gone. And after that, he cried until he had no strength left and fell asleep. The girls were also very exhausted after everything they'd been through. It's natural. Kaede, who could become a zombie, and Yuki, who was keeping an eye on her. This tension must have only added to their fatigue. The protagonist apologized to Yuki and said he'd keep an eye on her while she rested. She replied that everything was fine, since she'd volunteered to watch her. Yanagi added that he had no urgent matters at the moment. If something happened, he might ask her again, so she should rest for now. Yuki replied that she understood, and, picking up the boy, said goodbye to Kaede. The girl agreed, after which Yuki left. Yanagi asked her if she should rest too. He took her hand and led her to the sofa, where she sat down. He asked if she wasn't afraid of him, but she replied that she wasn't afraid of him at all, which puzzled him. After all, he'd taken people's lives and therefore felt nothing about it. He could easily destroy a person with his bare hands. She took his hand and said that she knew he wouldn't use that power without reason. She then added that it was because she knew that he felt nothing while taking people's lives, and it was natural to think that such a person was frightening. The people who attacked this place today felt nothing, destroying for their own desires. When she hid there, she was terrified. But he's not like that. He used his power to protect them, and he only did it because there was no other way. That's why she thinks he's not scary. She knows he won't harm her with his power. Besides, she believes in him. She blushed and added that if she became infected, he would have to deal with her. He replied that he understood. Getting up from his chair, he invited her to lie down. He asked her not to worry, because he was right there. The girl agreed and lay down on the couch. He added that she could sleep, that there was nothing to worry about. But the girl couldn't fall asleep. She was a little afraid to sleep. The next moment, she might wake up not feeling like herself. Judging by the time since the bite, zombification should have been prevented. But it's no wonder she's afraid. And her words to Yuki were probably also filled with anxiety about whether they would really be able to see each other again. Besides, even if he woke up, what if, like that day, the protagonist disappeared again? He replied that wouldn't happen and he'd be there. She laughed and said it was a joke. Sitting like this, it reminded them of the time at the hardware store, when he was probably looking for a place to hide for her. He confirmed her words. She added that it was enough for her just to have him there. So when she was told he was gone, she was deeply saddened. She burst into tears, and he apologized to her. She replied that she didn't blame him. She wanted to say that she was very happy now. Tears kept flowing from her eyes. He asked him again, and she replied that it was because he had said he would take her life if she became infected, which meant he would be with her again now. He promised her this and wiped the tears from her eyes. Seeing that everything was fine, she was relieved. The protagonist said that judging by her appearance, her body seemed fine. But they needed to keep an eye on her for a while. She asked him if he'd been there the whole time. He confirmed it. She asked if he was bored. He replied that he was thinking about various things, so it was fine. She asked what he was thinking about. He replied, in the future. Now that he had unlocked his power, there were two main options for helping everyone. The first is moving the base. In this world, you can't live on canned goods forever. If you act when your supplies run out, it'll be too late. You need to lay the foundation for self-sufficiency in advance. The second is cooperation with the government. Most likely, self-defense forces still exist somewhere. Joining them would solve many problems, and they probably wouldn't become a target for looters, as they were this time. To be honest, due to his experience in the other world, He doesn't really want to do this, but despite his feelings, he needs to discuss this with Oda and the others. In any case, before doing anything, he needed to keep an eye on the situation at the mall and the girl. He noticed that while she was sleeping, Yuki had come in to check on her. Kaede was fast asleep, so he told Yuki to get more rest too. The girl was very pleased. She noticed that Yuki was wonderful. He wasn't sure. Before the world had become like this, he'd seen her as nothing more than an annoying junior colleague. But it seemed she'd been taking care of the girl while he'd been gone. She was gradually growing in this new world. Kitty's stomach growled. He asked if she wanted anything to eat. She looked embarrassed, and Yanagi opened up his space. Kitty found this surprising. She laughed and said he was a wizard after all, which he disagreed with. But she pointed out that the box of items and the way it healed her wound wasn't that magic. He replied that, on the contrary, he didn't know how to use something as convenient as magic. But if she considered healing her wound magic, then it was his old comrades who had used it, and she should thank them. Then, in another world, Robelia created a box with items for him, and Iris and Rindo suggested that he store the elixirs. They entrusted him with everything, so he could use them for the girl. In fact, he himself was grateful to these three. Kaede brought him out of his reverie. He apologized and said he'd simply remembered something from another world. She replied that she understood, and besides, she was very grateful to him. He replied that he understood and offered him something to eat, but she added that she wanted to know more about him, about the people he traveled with. So she asked if she could ask. He remembered they'd had a similar conversation at the hardware store. He'd told her she could ask whatever she wanted. This time, things were different. He suggested they continue over food. Back then, she was just a girl he'd accidentally saved, but now she's the person he wants to protect. And she's not afraid of his strength or his spirit. She accepts and acknowledges him. Because she owes him what she deserves, the man came closer to her and said that this time he would have no secrets. He took her hands. That night, the protagonist sat on the top of a building, dangling his legs. He sighed heavily, looking at the full moon in the dark sky. It's been a week since the mall was attacked by looters, and he went out alone. It's unclear whether the girl has fully recovered, but she seems to be feeling even better than before. He considered staying by her side if she wanted, but in the end, she'd walked him home herself. He told Yuki and Oda he might be gone for a long time. But, of course, he added that he'd definitely be back. He told Oda not to accept any more refugees. He was unhappy, but it couldn't be helped. After the recent attack, the number of combat-ready police had dwindled, and if the enemy disguised themselves as refugees, it would create problems. As a compromise, he prepared a nearby building for use as a temporary shelter for genuine refugees. And when he returned, he would be able to assess them with hostility. The goal this time is to find out where the self-defense forces that disappeared from that military base went. When Oda spoke to Shu's father, a former self-defense member, about how the self-defense rescue operation never happened again, he shared his thoughts. The first possible reason is that they could have simply been abandoned, but given that they had already sent a helicopter, it seems unlikely they would have made such a decision so easily. It's possible they were completely wiped out, but more likely they encountered a situation that forced them to abandon their base. And if they moved to another base, the circumstances could have changed. The situation with fuel, food, the refugees already there, and the chain of command could have changed. It's entirely possible they can't just send helicopters out. These were Father Shu's assumptions, and they seemed plausible. His further reasoning also sounded convincing. This time, he decided to scout out another base. Maybe there was some clue there. When he returned to Japan from another world, he decided to avoid contact with the government if possible. He began jumping quickly from building to building. In another world, he was charged with not only the destruction of the Demon King, but everything. If he revealed this power to the state, they could simply exploit him, just like in the other world. Suddenly, he noticed something between the buildings. Zombies were moving slowly there. For such a densely populated area, there were suspiciously few zombies. He wondered if self-defense had wiped them out. But if that were the case, the number remaining was far too small. The closer they got to the base, the more zombies there were. He wondered why there were so many of them, even if it was so far from the city. He couldn't understand what was going on. As he descended the building, he noticed that the ground below was swarming with them. There was literally no free space on the ground. The whole street was filled with infected people. There were stains everywhere. Cars were broken, and the windows of the shops were smashed. Having examined everything, the main character jumped down and began quickly attacking all the zombies he came across. He leaped right above them, continuing to rain down new blows. The zombies reached out to him, trying to catch him. He had no desire to deal with them properly. Judging by the situation, frankly, he could hardly expect the base to be in good condition. When he previously headed to that base, there had been signs of zombie battles, but the situation hadn't been that dire. Keeping the zombie fights to a minimum, he reached the desired base. Once on her property, he looked around. He began to gradually move down the street, then moved into an empty building. Unlike the previous base, they're not even human. They're even zombies. It's clear this place was abandoned deliberately. All supplies vanished without a trace. Almost all weapons were taken, and the only vehicles left were light vehicles. It seemed the self-defense forces had moved from this base to another. Geographically, in terms of population, this base and the previous ones weren't much different. But he couldn't understand why there was such a difference from the outside. As he thought about it, he realized the time difference. Back then, only a month and a half had passed since the panic began. Now, about 3 months had passed. Over time, many people have likely turned into zombies. In densely populated cities, you can't just survive like your grandfather did. Zombies roam in search of the living. They respond to sight, voice, and sound. If none of these are present, they don't move toward bright lights or loud sounds. So their next target is a place where they use firearms to defend the base. On the way there, he saw traces of explosions. It must be very effective for zombies, but it also attracts new zombies from afar. If this assumption is correct, the self-defense forces most likely moved to areas with lower population density or from their base in those regions. That meant he'd have to continue searching for their traces. Not that he particularly wanted to. Sometime later, the protagonist returned to the familiar buildings of their base. There, he was greeted by a joyful Kate. She ran up to him and hugged him. She looked up at him, and behind her stood Yuki, who watched the scene with displeasure. Oda approached and suggested they first explore possible locations. Yanagi agreed and said he picked up a map from the bookstore. Later, he and Yuki were alone in a room where he asked why she suddenly wanted to talk to him alone. She began to speak to him cautiously, asking if he really was her senpai. He looked at the perplexed girl in surprise. She added hesitantly that when they met at the police station, she thought something was wrong. But she decided it was because of the pandemic. She understood why he wanted to hide his power. If she had such power, she probably wouldn't know what to do with it. But now, after visiting another world, he was destroying someone every day. He remembered it all. Not just monsters or those called demons. He'd taken the lives of human bandits, too. People who sided with the demons or people from hostile countries. If days like this continued, it's no wonder he broke down a little. The girl looked at him questioningly. He wondered if he was still with himself. She asked this question because she was the only one who knew the old hymn. He replied that she was right. He was probably no longer the man she knew. She told him that despite his grumbling, he had always cared for her, even the clumsy one. He replied that he had been her mentor, and that was only natural. She added that even after the internship ended, he treated her well, but he said she was his junior colleague, which was natural. When he returned to this world, he wanted to be normal. The girl frowned. He also said that things don't work that way in this world. The marauders who came here, or those who attack Kaede, are terrible. In a world where people like them roam free, it's impossible for them to be the same. The girl understood him and asked if she could ask one more question. He asked what she was interested in. She replied that he had said she was his junior colleague, so she was interested in who she was to him now. He replied that the company and the job are gone, all gone. In such a world, nothing had changed. She was his important junior colleague. Hearing his answer, the girl blushed and turned away in embarrassment. She ruffled her hair and said he always did that. She asked us if he just said she was important to him. He promised there would be no more secrets, so she wondered if he could guarantee it. He paused and replied that he'd already told her everything, and there would be no more secrets. She smiled and said that was good. She understands. She understands in her head that in this world, the normality he spoke of is different. Indeed, He may not be the one she knew, but she still feels like he is him. Yanagi replied that he felt the same way about normality, but he didn't understand what she meant about the second part. The girl frowned and sighed. Turning away, she said nothing. She was glad they talked. Honestly, she hadn't fully sorted out her feelings yet, but she asked him not to leave silently or hide anything anymore. If anything happened, she asked him to consult with her as she was his important junior colleague. Stubbornly extending her little finger, she asked him to promise her everything. The man smiled and agreed. As they crossed their little fingers, the protagonist declared his promise to her. Yuki smiled happily at the embarrassed Yanagi. The protagonist put on his suit and decided it was time to leave. Just then, a boy approached him and warned him to be careful. It was Shu. Yanagi patted him on the head and told him he'd be okay. He smiled at the child, who looked at him calmly. Since they returned to the mall, he had spent a lot of time with him, but they hadn't had any serious conversations. Honestly, he thought he was afraid of him. He didn't feel any hostility, but maybe he hated him. If he'd come here earlier, if he'd told Oda everything from the start, his father might have been okay. Yanagi felt a kind of guilt about it, both for the policeman who was no longer there and for the girl who had been bitten. So whatever the boy thought of him, he thought it was fair. But the child only reached for his hand. The man said he had nothing to worry about, but was still grateful. Shu replied that he'd been meaning to say this for a long time, but he was grateful the man had cured his little sister. And for saving everyone. Such a small child, and yet he's already accepted his father's absence. He's trying to cope with it, which isn't easy for everyone. The fact that he reached an agreement with him means he's probably reached some sort of closure. Yanagi smiled at him and told him he was strong. After that, he turned around and said he was leaving, asking the boy to look after his sisters. Shu's eyes grew confident, and he agreed. After that, he checked several places besides the bases just in case. For example, the Parliament building and other important nearby facilities, but the situation was similar everywhere. He wondered whether, under such conditions, the high-ranking officials of this country were able to evacuate to a safe place. He hadn't yet headed in the same direction, away from where he'd met Takeru and Momo. After settling down on his bed, he decided to rest a bit and then head that way. But he was distracted by noise from the street. He realized it was gunshots and pulled back the curtain to look outside where some zombies were lying on the ground. Someone was rapidly firing at everyone there, hitting their target. There was a man with a small child standing in their midst. When he ran out of ammunition, he pulled out a knife, preparing to continue the fight. The child next to him was terrified. The protagonist realized he was a member of the self-defense forces. The man struck the zombie in the neck, causing the girl to scream in fear. He grabbed her and ran to the nearest building. Meanwhile, the protagonist pulled a katana from his inventory and headed to his aid. There, he began jumping between buildings again. He landed nearby and used his sense of perception. He realized they were taking refuge on the second floor of the building. Meanwhile, the zombies began to slowly creep inside. Zombies moving upstairs move slowly. Using the stairs for protection is a smart move, but it also cuts off their escape route. Yanagi stood behind the zombie and drew his sword. Ready to attack, he said it was time to clean up a bit. The monsters began to approach the room where the people were hiding. Meanwhile, the man tried to barricade himself, moving a cabinet toward the door. The child watched him in fear. Suddenly, he heard a voice asking if they were alive. He added that he had dealt with everyone, but asked if he could come in. The soldier was surprised to see a survivor and asked him to wait a bit, after which he moved the cabinet and opened the door. The protagonist entered the room. The man asked what was happening to the infected outside. Yanagi replied that he had dealt with everyone and asked if they could enter. He wondered if they were injured. But the man replied that they weren't and thanked him for saving him. He asked how he could thank him. He replied that he simply happened to be nearby. The soldier thanked him and asked why he had taken the risk of coming there specifically. The protagonist replied that he was looking for the self-defense forces. The man apologized, upset, saying that he had saved them, but he couldn't live up to his expectations. He's a survivor of a decimated squad. They were defending a base further inland, but recently a massive influx of infected has flooded in. The defensive line collapsed before they could even devise an evacuation plan. His squad mates worked alongside the refugees, but besides this girl, no one remained. They were heading to the base on the coast, but their car broke down along the way. and they were pursued by zombies. So even if he asks for help or support, he honestly can't do anything right now. He doesn't even know if that base is still intact. The protagonist understood him and said he had a proposition. By a happy coincidence, it seemed their goals aligned. So he asked if he'd like to work together to reach that base. They fell silent for a moment, then exchanged glances. After that, the man introduced himself as Natsukawa Tsuneyuki. The girl said her name was Matsuba Nanoha. The protagonist looked at the hand she extended to him. After that, he introduced himself as Yanagi Azami. They began moving through the city together, Yanagi leading the way, eliminating every infected in his path. His actions shocked Natsukawa. Nanoha enthusiastically told him he was really cool, but he said it was nothing special, and continued unpacking his things. Tsuneyuki noted his modesty. With such skill, he must be renowned in these circles. Yanagi replied that these were skills he acquired after all this had begun. Having packed his backpack, he handed it to the man. He noticed that his gun was empty. He began to take something out of the backpack. He pulled out a pistol and handed it to Tsuneyuki. He thanked him and asked how he would handle it. He replied that he had his own, but he didn't need it yet. Tsuneyuki replied that it seemed so.